Good morning. Good morning. Welcome back to the Living Legacy Live channel. I am your host, Michael Hayes, and it is, what is it? It's Tuesday, January 30th, and we are so happy and grateful that you're able to be here today and to join me. For those who are new to the channel, please put your name in the comments and so I can welcome you. And we're going to just get ready to start. It is not just 8 o'clock yet, but I thought I would come in and try to think about, what I can do to enhance the productivity in your life to become financially free and independent. It's been one of my goals for, as long as I can remember. I've always been doing stuff, as people would put it. And it seems like now that I have really committed myself to making this channel work and finding that I can generate an income, not just from my hands, but from the life experiences that I have endured and that I'm living. And that's why I chose to create this group, this something out of nothing, this living legacy group, where we live to reap the rewards from the legacies that were left behind, but we're kind of numb to the fact that we are in control. You're in control of your own emotions and your own feelings. No one can make you happy. No one can make you feel sad. You have to learn to adapt to those emotions that stem from the past that made you happy or that made you sad. I've just discovered the new meaning of life through a person that has been so dear in my heart. And now that we have found each other, I'm seeing things in a different light. I'm seeing what I do can be achieved. What I seek to provide for my family and their friends, it will succeed, because we can't live thinking that I like it just the way it is. Because keeping things just the way it is showing that you're not in tune with life. Life is a perpetual motion. Life continues to go forward far beyond my day. But in this going forward, I at least want to be able to know I did my part. I touched somebody's heart, somebody's mind, to explore their own beingness. I think about how much I've created and am continuing to create. And I keep getting reminded about all the miraculous things and the wonderful things that I did in other people's lives that I forgot about those. And I was constantly concentrating on the mistakes I was making in my own life. And it made me feel good that I did touch a lot of people, and I'm continuing to touch other people's lives. I don't know how far this message will go and who will receive it, but there is hope. There is sunshine. The grass is greener, but you got to first want to be able to put yourself in flow of life and all the goodness that it has to offer. So, yeah. Thanks for letting me, I guess, give my point on the awakening that'll happen in your life too. Just don't give up. Not going to give up. I'm not going to give up on you. You decide that you do like, subscribe. Send me a message. Let me know that you're out there. Let me know how you feel. Let me know if you don't like it at all. At least I will have some reply, even if it's a negative reply. Because you know what? In all the negative that I've seen in my life, and, you know, coming up on 60 years old, baby, I'm looking up. I'm winning. That's why I continue to play that song, and I want other people to play that song, because if you feel that you're losing right now, you're not losing. You're not losing at all. You're just finding out some of the things that aren't working in your life. Okay? So, I'm going to definitely give a shout out to all my family, and we're going to go right into the show at around 8:30. But we're going to catch up on our sponsors, and this is brought to you by P&D Uniforms.
Welcome to P&D Uniforms and Accessories, where we treat all of our customers just like family. Your one-stop shop for all things uniforms. We carry a wide selection of top-quality uniforms from school to medical scrubs, plus church and choir gear. P&D Uniforms and Accessories have been in business for over 15 years. We are centrally located at 20936 Kelly Road in East Point, Michigan. Open 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday. Give us a call today, 586-777-3801. P&D Uniforms.
Binance had about a $42 million hack.
Suffering cryptocurrency exchange Bithumb was hacked.
Is tomorrow, it needs to be customary. It is time to build further on the minds that came before us. Never settle for less. It is here and now that you can take control of your money, control of your identity. Blockchain is just getting started. No more collusion of the centralized. Technology is nothing without the people. Nothing without the resonance of our everlasting disagreement with the status quo. To accelerate adoption, we need a revolution in empowerment, something more secure, something more convenient. This year, this month, this day, start truly owning what is yours with Engrave.
44,000 Ethereum. That's how much my previous project was hacked for.
As you know, this is not the only case.
That's why we created Engrave.
Our mission is to empower you to truly own your cryptocurrencies in a secure and intuitive way. Unlike traditional hardware wallets that still need a connection, imagine one where all connectivity is removed.
No Wi-Fi, no NFC, no Bluetooth, no USB. We did it, and we call it the Engrave Zero.
We removed all online vulnerabilities. Your keys are never exposed, ever.
Even if someone gets their hands on your Zero, the device is designed to detect any intrusion, and it will wipe all the keys.
We developed our solution with world-leading institutions, and our secure firmware has earned a certification higher than banks. That's how serious we take security.
Transactions are made swift and simple using our mobile app and QR codes. Scan a transaction request, verify and sign it offline, and send the signed transaction back to the blockchain. Your phone has zero information on your private keys.
But it doesn't stop there. If you lose your hardware wallet, you need a timeless backup. Therefore, we created the engraved graphene. No more paper wallets. From now on, you can recover your keys from our stainless steel encrypted puzzle.
Le produit Engrave, c'est la solution pour garder vos tokens et votre crypto-monnaie dans un lieu sûr.
To ensure a great customer experience, we involved the end user throughout the entire process. Because of our journey, we deeply understand the need for quality assurance, which is why we make our products in Belgium, the heart of Europe.
Back us today and become part of Batch Zero. It is your crypto. Start truly owning what is yours.
You're subject to income tax or capital gains tax, depending on how long you held the asset for. This is where the power of the crypto IRA really shows itself. All transactions made inside of a crypto IRA are tax-free. In addition, unlike when trading on regular exchanges, you don't need to track and report on all of your transactions. Number 2, built-in cold storage security. One of the most important parts of crypto investing is storing the funds securely. If private keys get lost or stolen, those funds are gone forever. If you don't want to deal with having to create private keys, secure them, and manage them yourself, a crypto IRA is a great option for you. At iTrust Capital, we have built-in cold storage security from our partners at Coinbase Custody, the world's most trusted cold storage provider, so you can focus on crypto investing. Number 3, low fees. At iTrust Capital, we have surveyed the entire industry and have made it our mission to have the lowest fees. Other crypto IRA providers will charge up to 12% for you to purchase crypto, including adding hefty monthly fees as well. We charge just 1% per transaction with no sign-up fee and no monthly fees. Number 4, lots of options. Options, options, and more options. We strive to make sure our clients have access to their favorite cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Chainlink, Cardano, Polkadot, and many, many more. You can log into the platform and buy or sell anytime 24/7. We know that the industry moves fast and new exciting projects come out all the time. We're constantly updating our platform to provide a variety of opportunities for you to choose from. Number 5, customer experience. I hate talking to robots on the phone just as much as you do. It just feels like you're stuck in phone jail. We've made it easy for you to get in touch with our customer experience specialists who help guide you through the process of setting up your new account. In addition, existing clients also have access to the team to make sure that you always feel taken care of. Tax benefits, cold storage, low fees, tons of options, and amazing customer experience are just some of the benefits that iTrust Capital clients receive. To learn more, visit iTrustCapital.com.
All right, all right. Thank you for coming back to my channel. And today we're going to be whoop, whoop, whoop. I got a lot of stuff going on here. Make sure everything's working right. So I was going to think about, I'm trying to figure out why content was removed from my Facebook page. So I'm just over here looking at that. Just bring that over. So check this out. I was thinking about what I was going to talk to you guys today about. And I was reading my book, Cash Flow Quadrant. That's what it was. So you know, when I read these things over and over, and I think about what's going on in my life, you know, wondering what they removed. Seems like everything is still here. I don't know. This is the part about being a content creator. Follow their guidelines, or you'll get a slap on the wrist. Maybe it's on this side. I've got two of them. Got the Living Legacy group, and then I got my personal. I'm going to kind of concentrate on the Living Legacy part. So maybe it was on this one. I don't know. But anyways, getting back to what's at hand, I just want to make sure that I'm that my settings all correct. Did we commit to a vow of poverty? And I'm not saying the vow of poverty that, you know, that has to do with, I guess it would have to do with being spiritual. Because some people think that it's humble to be poor. But from what I read in the Bible, there was a lot of rich and successful people that relied on God, our source, to show them what to do to maintain a good, healthy, spiritual lifestyle without thinking that it is selfish to be rich or wrong. You know, the root of money is all evil. No, but that I have to get the quote right, but you know what I'm saying. I think that's where we then committed to saying, I'll do this for this amount of money. It doesn't matter what it is that you're doing for your survival, but we know it's easy, but it's not hard. You know, they ingrain it in you through schooling. Schooling is teaching you how to get a job, how to be an employee, how to get into the masses and prepare for what is going to be coming up in the next economy and in your future and things like this. But me as an entrepreneur, I found it hard to stay in that lane of not being able to be creative, not being able to share my experiences on this other side of life, because we're all going to end up the same way. As we came, we shall leave. We came in spirit, we'll leave in spirit. So And sometimes I guess we find these awakenings in our latter years, and we can only explain to you our experiences and what we feel, because you're new, whether you're 18, your 20s, 30s, even your 40s. Being able to reach this point in my life, it makes me think about what you guys have in store. And man, it looks awesome. It really does. It really looks awesome. The thing that I want to get into you is that no matter how hard it gets, there is a way out. It may not seem agreeable to you now, but the way out is in here. It's in developing your own, putting forward what you want to do in life. I mean, you will follow certain things in life. You will follow certain people in life. You will hopefully develop a mentor. Get a mentor. Get somebody that's going to be rooting for you in your dreams and your aspirations. And you will succeed, you know. The legends before us, you know, I've got so many mentors. I use them all, whether they are physically, personally my mentors, or they have been avatars that have lived, you know, from the time of Socrates to the time of the legendary Mr. Bob Proctor. I love that guy. That guy really opened my mind to me and to the creator. There's so much that I would love to share with you, but this is not the time or the place. Welcome. It's not even 8:30 yet. We're welcoming our guest into the platform. Please like, share, subscribe, put your name in there, say hi, you know, at least let me know that I'm not a voice just shouting into the wind. So we'll go right over to the charts. We'll check out some news, and we will continue to put out some good content on the crypto era that's coming up. You guys need to prepare yourself. You know, there were some certain things that my mother used to, you know, prepare us for. And that was always, you know, winter, summer, and in school. You know, even when it came to the little holidays, she prepared. She'd always prepare herself to be ready. So I'm just asking that you prepare yourself to be ready for this new digital currency that will be mainstream. Money will still be money, but there will also be the digital gold called Bitcoin and the alternative coins that are going to perpetuate this new thing into the stratosphere. I'm telling you. So thanks for joining. Yeah. So hang out with me. We're going to switch over to the charts. We can see that we've been stuck into Santos for all weekend. It is, matter of fact, yeah, this is like Wednesday. It's Tuesday. So hopefully we can get out of this rut, because it is really putting a stress on our account. You can see down here we're into the profit net loss of $519, but we know that this is just a temporary hold pattern. We're waiting for some explosions in the market, We seen this. We had this little tiny explosion, 2 o'clock in the morning. And what I mean, it was a violent run to the upside. You can see here. And that's what Oliver was teaching us about, were these. Thought I heard something about these explosions that happen. So looking at the trading view charts, we see that, we follow him in his teachings and what he was saying about how these two moving averages correspond with themselves. And that's what I want you to see. That's what I want you to notice, is as they correspond with themselves, the price then thus does the same. So you can you can pick whatever you like, honey, sir, ma'am. Sorry. You can pick out if you want to follow stocks, your favorite stocks, that might be something that you favor. Say you have an Apple product. I can get you started to invest into Apple for less than $200, $250. I suggest $250. I suggest $250 that you have, but you can physically start with 50 or 65. I would say 65 to cover the fees that are associated with the conversion of the coin, loading the coin, doing all these things. Once you're in, then I suggest we start you in the demo mode. You're learning, and this is why I chose to use this video today of how to start day trading in 2024. Our leader is Oliver Valles. And I'm going to play the thing through its whole entirety. I was going to start it off, but I'm going to have him explain I'm going to have him explain everything to you, because what I'm absorbing and constantly repeating, it's getting easier. It's getting easier to release the tensions and the emotions that are with this thing, because what you have been doing in your life is so regular and so mundane. When you get to that point where you're retired and you really don't have to do anything, you don't want yourself to just digress and not learn what this new life and what the future has to hold. You can at least participate. I mean, listen, we've created these people that are doing all of these things. We are a part of this creation. That's why we have joined our separate political parties and all these things we do. But what if you were to find something that was to take care of you, to take care of your family? You can teach your kids a skill or something that you've been doing, or maybe something that you've learned how to monetize. I found this way that you can actually do all of that and create more for the generations ahead of you without really having to put a lot of effort into it, because it's just about using word of mouth and network marketing. You may not like it, you may like it, but I love it because it has worked in my life for me. It's not for everybody, not the best, but it is better. So we're going to wait. It's almost 9:30. We're going to our overview, And what our overview is where we take a look at the cryptocurrencies in the news. I was starting out with Yahoo Finance because it was something that was US based. I still will do that. Got to be able to line everything up so everybody can see everything. So I'm gonna just 8:30. We're gonna wait for others to join. If they want to join, please like, subscribe, and we're gonna put the news on. So sit back, relax. I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee. So I'll be right with you.
For their portfolio. We're tracking early session volume while bringing you today's top market themes and elevating Yahoo Finance's most popular newsletter.
That's right. We've got a jam-packed Monday show for you today. We're getting a number of big tech earnings this week, so we're going to break that down. Results from 5 of the magnificent 7 tech stocks. Investors hoping these reports will bode better for markets than Tesla's massive disappointment. And breaking news on one of those key names.
I'm going to need to
buy iRobot.
get up to
We'll break
date.
down what the signals for investors.
We're going to get up to date because it's not the correct day. It's January 29th. We'll go to trying to find out what's going live. Oh boy. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings. So we'll have to go with I think it's because we're running so many things at once. Wouldn't you say that? Today's news. We want to go today's live Yahoo. Today's. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Where did we miss out at? It's in here. Today's news. Or maybe it's Yahoo Finance. We're not in Yahoo Finance, are we? No, we're in Yahoo News. Go back. And I think that was the source of all the static, is because of Yep. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for leaving a thumbs up. Morning brief. Is that, you think that's it? No. Might be. Oh, that's a newsletter. We're looking for, from the newsroom. Maybe that's it. Once we find it, we'll know where it is. Thanks for putting up with this. We're trying to. Let's see here. Finance homepage. Is that a commercial? This is the chat board. That's the chat board. We don't want the chat board. We want the news. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Tuesday.
Starbucks and General Motors all reporting tomorrow. Microsoft and Alphabet kicking off a big week for tech earnings in what will be a crucial week for the markets.
Moving over to the job market, the monthly JOLTS report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics for December coming out in the morning. Economists forecast job openings to go down slightly. It will give us more insight on the market ahead of Friday's monthly jobs report.
And taking a look at the economy, new consumer confidence data for January from the Conference Board is releasing tomorrow. We're expecting confidence to rise again this month, as did the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index number last week.
And finally, tune in for another episode of Yahoo Finance's Goodbye or Goodbye. That's tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, where we help navigate the best moves for your portfolio.
When tech is on deck this week, some of the stock market's largest technology companies set to report earnings. And for more on how the reports may impact markets, we've got Yahoo Finance's very own Josh Schaefer to help us give the rundown for the week ahead. Hey,
yeah, Brad. So you take a look at that list we just showed, 5 of the so-called Magnificent 7. And when you think about Tesla's performance a week ago, maybe we're talking more of a Super 6 here and not a Magnificent 7. So really you're only missing NVIDIA in terms of massive tech companies to report this week. And really, guys, I think the story here is understanding how big this is going to be for the overall market and the fundamental story that we're seeing in the stock market. So when you take a look at the earnings projections for the 6 companies, I'm going to say 6 here because we're including NVIDIA in the graphic that we're showing, but they're projected to grow earnings. This is data from FactSet at nearly 54% year over year for the fourth quarter. Look at the other 494 companies. They're expected to have earnings fall 10.5%. So when you think about why stocks move higher, right, and sort of what people are buying, you're buying earnings, right? You want earnings to eventually go up. That is the story of the stock market in the long term. And that's why the short-term story of the stock market has really just been these 6 stocks. This is what we're waiting for. This is the big moment.
This is what we're waiting for. It's a big moment. And then you pair that also with the jobs data that we're going to be getting out on Friday, the Fed decision on Wednesday. I know you closely are following that as well, Josh. In terms of investors' view on this, in terms of the big driver of the market or the key thing that traders are going to be listening for, obviously a lot of that's going to be surrounding the timing of that first cut. But beyond that, what do you think has the potential to move the markets this week?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like overall we're still in the soft landing is probably consensus and probably to the upside, right, as far as what people are expecting. So anything that doesn't give us that, when you're thinking maybe a really cool jobs report, perhaps the Fed talking about cutting later than people think or being more restrictive than people think, or I do think the fundamental earnings story from tech because of where the overall S&P is at right now. I did a story over the weekend about the S&P being potentially overvalued and what strategists say about that. Well, they talk about if you really think about what's in the S&P, you're buying future earnings growth, right? And if you get that earnings growth from these big companies, then one could argue the S&P 500 at a record high isn't overvalued and it has room to keep growing. So you sort of get all 3 aspects this week, right? We talk about the Fed a lot. That can move your major indexes and move things. We talk about the Mag 7. We're getting that. And we got a jobs report on Friday because why not, guys? So I guess we'll talk on Friday and we'll decide what the biggest mover was of the week. It's the only way to do it.
Certainly setting up to be a very busy week here potentially for the markets. Josh, great stuff. Thanks so much.
Okay, I guess that was that. Let's see what else we got going on. I thought it was going to be to where it was constant. Where's the... Was that the morning brief? Where's live? I guess that was that. See what else we got. Going to be where constant. That's the signal I'm looking for. At the morning brief. Okay.
When tech is on deck this week, some of the stock market's largest technology companies set to report earnings. And for more on how the reports may...
Hey, that's not... Thanks for tuning in. I'm trying to get to where the... I don't know what I did. Keep going to the wrong thing. There's... Yeah. Get to where the... Oh, here it is. Joe's opening bill coverage. Going to the wrong thing. Oh, it's all separate. You know, we had the live on yesterday. And I don't know what I did. Oh, here it is. No. Here, we'll see. Hello? Are we working today? No? No, we had the live on yesterday. I don't know what I did. Let's try this. So, we working today.
Frappuccinos, lattes, cold brews, refreshers, and much more. With over 35,000 stores in 80 different countries, Starbucks has created this perception of being an affordable luxury
We'll
for
try
the past
that.
40 years. In 2023 alone, the coffee chain generated almost $36 billion in revenue. But what are some of the achievements that led to such success? Beyond the Ticker takes a deep dive into the company's history. Starbucks was founded in 1971 by Jerry Baldwin, Zev Siegel, and Gordon Bowker at Seattle's Pike Place Market. The first Starbucks store was located in Seattle at 2000 Western Avenue from 1971 to 1976. Then it moved to its first official location, 1912 Pike Place. In 1987, the three founders were ready to sell the Starbucks brand. That's when Howard Schultz, who was actually their former head of marketing, returned to acquire the company after he had left to create his own booming cafe business, Il Giornale. Fast forward to June 1992. Schultz took the company public with a portfolio of 140 stores, a revenue of $73.5 million, and a market value of $271 million. By September
Won't be
1992,
slurping in the microphone.
Starbucks share price jumped nearly 40% since its IPO. In 2003, Starbucks acquired its hometown rival coffee business, Seattle's Best Coffee and Torrefazione Italia, from AFC Enterprises for $72 million to help expand its footprint. But the business wasn't always buzzing. 5 years later, Starbucks faced its weakest quarter as a public company as U.S. consumers pulled back amid economic troubles, leading to the closure of 600 underperforming stores and cutting back U.S. expansion plans. In March 2020, Starbucks closed cafe-only stores in the U.S. for 2 weeks due to the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 lockdowns caused Starbucks to suffer a general 10% sales decrease and a 50% decline in sales in China. In October 2022, Starbucks named Lakshman Narasimhan as interim CEO before he took over the helm from Schultz in late March 2023, marking the end of Schultz's third and what is expected to be his final tenure as CEO. And so, from a single store to the international coffee powerhouse that it is today, with innovation at its core, the momentum is there as Starbucks aims to ramp up its locations internationally. Frappuccinos, lattes, cold brews for
Is repeating itself. Hello, thank you for joining me today. We are trying to find out. Let's expand this. See what the heck we're doing. Try the new Yahoo Finance. What is that? We're looking for the repeating itself. Hello, thank you for joining me today. Word. We're trying to find out. Anyway. See what's going on in the crypto sector. Okay, so it just shows you the same thing as what TradingView. But you can understand and see how the crypto industry is now incorporated into Yahoo Finance. Let's check this article out. This was Tuesday, January 8:30 a.m. Is there a video side to it? Ooh, Here we go. For the rise of China, let's see. They're not really saying which ones. The court head towards winning streak last seen in pandemic for record highs. Check out this.
You know, I think when we look at how GBTC came to market, it was a really differentiated approach. It came to market with $28 billion of assets under management, really tight trading spreads, a very diversified base of investors, and 10 years of operating history. And so I think with a fund of this size, it's the second largest commodity ETF in the world. We're certainly not surprised to see some of the flows in the product over the first couple of days. And more importantly, rather than using flows as a measure, we're actually looking at trading volumes. The first day that GBTC traded on NYSE, it was the 9th most actively traded ETF in the US. So some really staggering numbers for GBTC's debut.
Yeah, volumes can be in or out. Michael, it's Guy. Great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Look, one of the things people are pointing to with you guys is you've still got relatively high fees. Some of your new competitors don't. How are you going to square that circle?
Well, again, I think it comes down to investors having choice. The reception we've heard from the investment community is really one of really thanking Grayscale, thanking GBTC for forging a path for these other products to come to market. GBTC, paved the way through our SEC lawsuit, our SEC victory, and ultimately really over the last 10 years developing the disclosures and the operations and the mechanics that now other asset managers and other issuers get to borrow from. Now, that being said, we're meeting investors where they're trying to invest, and I think that from a market perspective, GBTC's fee really does differentiate itself by those factors: the size, the liquidity, the track record.
Totally get that. Is it worth 100 basis points?
We certainly think it is. I think for an asset class like crypto, a lot of people are pointing to the fact that some new entrants are coming into the space, some of the world's largest asset managers, but this is their first time dealing in crypto assets, operating crypto investment vehicles. And so as an investor, when you're choosing amongst these products, fee is a consideration, the asset manager, the issuer behind it is a consideration, but so should size, liquidity, and again, that track record.
That was a great article. You guys.
January ends with a Fed decision high on expectations despite zero chance of any actual move on rates.
Where is that
The
at?
central bank is likely to hold its benchmark rate steady at a 22-year high of 5.25% to 5.5%.
Where are we
for the
hearing
fourth
this?
straight meeting. Here's what you need to know.
Oh, here it is.
Number one, the economic backdrop.
No?
The Fed's first meeting of 2024 comes at a time of economic expansion. It may be backwards looking, but 3.3% GDP growth in the fourth quarter has us asking yet again, what recession? Then there's inflation. We know it's finally heading back down toward that
I'm trying to find it.
after 2% level. Sounds like the perfect recipe for cuts, but is it? Number two, March is the word. Investors have put the second meeting of 2024 on the table for the first rate cut. But will the Fed
You can
nod in
strive
that
for
direction?
market-beating returns.
The Cleveland Fed's
In a
Loretta Mester
convenient
says
solution.
that's probably
Enjoy
too
the
early.
benefits of
Fed Governor Christopher Waller seems to agree, this month effectively saying fools rush in and cuts should be implemented methodically and carefully. Then there's Austin Goolsbee of the Chicago Fed. He needs to see more data. Number three, the balance sheet. It may not be the most exciting part of the Fed's activities, but it does have potentially serious implications for investors. At the start of the pandemic, the Fed started boosting its balance sheet in part through buying lots of treasuries. That's known as quantitative easing. The reversal of that process, known as QT or quantitative
ETFs, and help your
tightening,
clients
started
reach
in
their
2022.
destination.
Now the future of that policy is increasingly becoming a talking point for investors. We'll be across all the action in the critical meeting for the Fed right here on Yahoo Finance. Don't miss it.
I wish couldn't miss it. I can't find it. I don't know where that was coming from, but let's go back to this right here. It was kind of explaining T-Well Price. They're going to be starting Bitcoin head towards it. Yeah. Oh, maybe it was this. I don't know. But I'm excited now, man. Bitcoin is... You guys should be excited too. Just trying to do opening bell. This is not fair. I'm looking for Yahoo Finance live. We had it yesterday, or the day before yesterday. Opening bell. I don't understand it. Where do you guys see it? Did I miss it some kind of a way? News. The news is just the news. We don't want the news. We want Yahoo Finance. We want the live. I don't know where it is. Finance Plus. That really stinks, man. I'm so sorry. I can't find it. I don't know what I did, what I didn't do. We were watching it the other day. I know that much. Oh, man. 3 Georgia-based U.S. soldiers killed in the Middle East in a drone attack. Oh, God. Yeah, it's terrible. So let's see what we can find elsewhere. I don't know. I wanted to have the opening bell. Let's see. CBN, CNBC. CNBC. This is all we want, man. Now, that all we want? We just want to watch. Well, we can't watch it, then we can watch what's happening.
Will tell you is our goal is to make it so the consumer does better. And that's what's going to happen. Microsoft has a consumer, a Copilot that I think is killer. And they're going to keep the price down unless someone else come in. Price is what America wants.
Amazon is up.
Here in the CNBC real-time exchange or the big board. It is sports betting company Flutter Entertainment celebrating
Flutter?
listing.
Okay.
He's going to join us in a few minutes. CEO Peter Jackson will join us in the
9
next
o'clock.
At the NASDAQ, it's Bottomless Closet, a women's job empowerment nonprofit. Jim, to your point about AI and Microsoft, our Copilot sign-up is going to be one of the most important numbers we learned this week.
Yes, I think Amy Hood will give you a co-pilot. She's CFO. She'll give you a co-pilot figure, I hope. Talk positively about what the consumer might want with it, too, because I know that they have that. And that's part of the thesis of why you got to stay along Microsoft. You have to.
Hmm. Okay. That was Monday's opening bell. So I guess today, opening bell hasn't happened yet, right? How about the morning report? What's the morning report? Okay, stock futures slip. Investors prepare for big tech earnings. Okay. iTrust Capital. Guys, you better get some. Put your money away. I just want to have something that runs. Where's the live? Watch live. That's all we wanted to do was watch it live. Apple Vision Pro. Okay. Are you serious? Who do we got? We don't have any of this. No, we don't do free trials. Don't do free trials because we never canceled it. Then we end up owing. You all right? That sucks. Yeah. I bet you they'll give us free audio.
With the Amazon impact, but it's the type of thing where I'm not saying it bodes poorly for anyone other than UPS, because I think UPS is in a tough run here. They had union problems. Obviously, we're down to on behalf, really very, very positive for FedEx. I think FedEx is a buy. I think UPS, after they announced the job cuts, people are going to start liking it. There's a lot of people who want to own UPS and feel this was a clearing event. I'm not going there. I have to have more view that things could get better.
It is part of, they say, an effort to cut $1 billion in cost. Revenue was a miss, although they beat on the bottom line. Full year revenue, Jim, 92 to 94.5 billion. Streets at 95.6, and then their capex also came in below at 4.5.
Wow. I mean, look, there'll be people who say 12,000 jobs, first real impact of slowdown of rates higher. I mean, a gut-wrenching decline, frankly, particularly for a unionized outfit. I look at this and I say, I want to know how much of it is lost business to FedEx, how much of it is what Amazon's doing. But I think what's most important is how much of it is just poorly run. I don't know.
Right. Operational challenges. It does bring to mind the list of layoffs lately. I've been keeping one just recent. Levi, eBay.
Watch on app. Oh, darn it. Do you see how they've made everything that you want to do? You have to okay. So I guess you know what? We have to go back to our buddies, Trader TV Live. That was the only way we could get constant live coverage without, geez. I was trying to bring the best content to everybody. Couldn't find that. And it seems like we'll have to. Search. Trader Live. They are the only guys that are consistent that I've found. They're live right now. But well, I guess that's the source we're going to have to stick with, man. Hate flipping and trying to find stuff. And we might as well listen to this commercial. How convenient.
LegalZoom makes it simple to start an LLC in 3 easy steps. Your business dreams are as close as your fingertips. Just answer a few basic questions.
Bit of the wind out of the sails because some of the shorts probably covered already and then are having to cover again. But on that strength, like maybe it gets back into some kind of reasonable consolidation level on SMCI. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I do know that AMD has shown you a 2-day range in front of earnings that should be respected. Now, there wasn't a real opportunity to transact at 181 for the short after that was shown on Friday. It essentially dumped off 180 and then retested close to 180 in the afternoon. So I think looking for 180 and 181 is reasonable, and you can see the bottom here at 174. That's what I'd like to respect. As usual, for myself, the Intel got squashed on earnings. It made a good bottom yesterday, holding the 43 level a couple of times, breaking it a couple of times, then holding above in the afternoon and rallying off of 43. So I think the 43 level is looking like decent support for Intel. If it gets to 45, I mean, I've been saying since whatever. If it gets to 45, it's been there in the pre-market after earnings, and that's about it. But I like the short up there to pop and fade on Intel. Yesterday, I pivoted to 44 because it didn't get there. I might do the same thing again there today for Intel.
All right. First of all, we were discussing all last week on the podcast. Go make sure you find episode 11, our best one yet. We were discussing a whole bunch of names. Go find it. Tesla, Netflix, WWE, Microsoft, Apple, everything coming through. Brendo and I last week. Go hit that. Thank you for all of the support. Today's stick, we have 175 long for AMD. I mean, I think it's pretty simple. Go find it. We got a great quarter from SMCI, and then yesterday we had that dip by. Oh, I want to show you one thing. I tweeted this out yesterday. First of all, Michael Noss, this was great. We actually talked about SMCI and what to do yesterday on the recap show. Thank you to my wife for clipping this and putting this out. This was a great post. Go find it. It's market recap. There it is, SMCI. We discussed this live during the report. So go find that there yesterday and join me tonight as we'll continue to do that. And I thought this was pretty funny. Here's Jerome Powell, of course, taking a picture in front of the heat map. So, he's loving life right there. Yeah, he made a nice pivot, nice move right there. I think he got fouled as well there. So there's Captain Jerome loving life again, as we all should. So go follow at Trader TV Sean for hopefully some good tweets there. But look, and what we wrote down was yesterday pretty simple, man. We have this trade yesterday. We got rinsed early because we went long against 176. That didn't hold. But you know what did hold? 175. So sure, we get as low as 174.20. If you're not holding AMD $1, then don't trade it. So that's that. If this comes back into 175, then I feel like we want to sit there and load that up. So I'm bidding 175 right now. And if we break 174, we can get out and we'll just live to see another day. And if things continue to get weaker and weaker, which it is, so right now I'm sitting there waiting for that. I'm wondering if it's better to let it do its move and then take it on the way back. I'm going to sit there and wait. Maybe I'll lower the shares a little bit, but I'll sit here and wait for 175, take the fill, and then play it off of that. So that's what I'm going to be doing on AMD. You can go find it on the sticky note, and then hopefully I don't get upset at myself for not taking the trade. And then $45, there's the sticky note. Thanks, Fabian. And then I think $45 for Intel, the worst report yet out of any major company pretty much over the last week or so. I can't think of another, big cap name that's disappointed like this, really. We were at 50 down to 43. I don't even think it's that bad, but it's just that's the one that's been hit to the downside. And we want to continue to fade it as long as we're underneath 46. So 46 is the ultimate. If for some reason the market really rallies, then I want to sit there and short Intel. I'm going to put the offer right now. I mean, there's no way we get there, but in case we bump up, maybe 44.50-ish, maybe we can start the fun. We didn't even get there yesterday. Yeah, 44.50, $45 on a good SMCI number. We'll short Intel.
All right, let's go on to GM, another one that's to the upside this morning, just testing 38 once again on a bit of a pullback. Again, 8:30 was the start of the earnings call for GM, so still some comments coming through, so just be aware, but a nice look here today.
Yeah, Brendo, beat on the top and bottom line. Great look here. Profitability also coming in higher than expected. $2.1 billion in net profit, beating the street's estimate of $2 billion. Revenue as well. What a beat on revenue. $43 billion in revenue. That's a beat from the 38 2/3 that the street was looking for. The bad news is China. Big drop in Chinese revenue, 34% decline year over year. And as well, like I mentioned at the top of the show, the EVs that they're projecting on making in 2024 far reduced. Brendo, actually, they produced about 76,000 EVs last year. Most of those were the now discontinued Chevy Bolt. So where are they going to replace that with? We'll have to wait and see.
I saw a couple of people mentioning Palantir there. There was Palantin, so P-A-L-A-T-I-N Technologies, with an offering. So it wasn't actually PLTR. It was, what is the ticker for that? I'll find it. Anyways, it's not Palantir. Don't worry. GM CEO just saying we are committed to Cruise on the earnings call. So the self-driving taxi service over in San Francisco that I thought was basically defunct at this point and not in operation. Apparently, they're still committed to it.
The first thing that makes that I think about with that Palantir thing is the next time Palantir has a really, really big gap or like a big move in the aftermarket and you're gapped up in the pre-market and something wild and extra volume, if I can find that other symbol, maybe you get one of those people accidentally buy the other stock. And if I see this Palantir or whatever the heck it is, I haven't even seen the symbol, it could probably be worth a fade. That's happened before. We've seen that in the past. So people mix up the symbols, you get a gap up in one that shouldn't be doing it, maybe you see something. GM, we kind of went over this a little bit. I'll just reiterate. If it trades back into the previous highs on the daily here, 36.5 into 37, that's like $1.50 from where we are right now. It trades down into there and starts bouncing, great. That's resistance turning into support. I think it's a fade if it gets to the $40 level. So you got to be patient and wait for it to happen. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to pivot from them to other EVs here because Rivian holding that 15 level. I still think you can have some continuation. It held 15 and then was a good dip buy yesterday right off the 15 level. I seriously doubt you get 15s again. But just look at the afternoon dip buys. You got 1560 here. You have this nice consolidation at 1580 for a hot minute, and then at 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, everything sort of ramped back to the upside. So that's where I'd look. Just looking for that dip and rip on Rivian and that continuation play rather than maybe GE does get to $40. I really don't know. I just know that when I look at the chart, if it's not making a $2 move up or a $1.50 move down, it's not really trading at a level that I want to transact.
Okay, so just really quickly, I never trade GM, so I won't be doing it today. Ford maybe down here at 1150 could be something. Just think about, and again, when we started talking about this was up 3%, up, well, was it 2.5? Up here at 1190, now we're starting to fade out. I'd expect the same thing for General Motors. Look, if Tesla can't put it together, I don't think any of these companies will be able to. Down here to 1150, I think it might be worth something, but then if we break like 1140, maybe let's use 1130 right there as a bottom, then we're just going to get out. I don't know. I don't love the space. I really don't. I don't like any of these names, to be honest with you. I wrote down here on the sticky note, Rivian 17 short. So that was nice and a possibility when we wrote the sticky note and we were up here at 1630 or so. Now you're fading out again. Sometimes I feel like we should just put these positions on. But if this comes up to 17, this is where I like it. I mean, it's pretty easy here. I wrote down on the sticky note that we got a daily level here of 17. We've wicked high to 1680, 1680. Let's start the offering right there. So I'm already there waiting. If it does start to get some push forward on stocks like Tesla, then that's fine. We'll take a Rivian bump and short it. I want to short Rivian until I think it's already great. If you can get 17 off that 15 bottom, I think that's a win. And I think a lot of people will think that as well. So here we go. Damn it, I can't be saying this here we go stuff, Sharif. This has to end immediately. But all right, so here we don't go. If this gets into 200, that bottom right there, I still want to go long Tesla, but I don't want to forget about this close, 203. So if we can get up into 203 today, which I don't think we do, but if we break 200, you could spike up a couple bucks just on momentum alone. Like that's the most obvious trade probably here. I think if we get to 200, we smash that long because then I think you get a couple bucks. It's an options level. It's only Tuesday. So people that have weekly options into 200, I think, people will have to cover. And they won't like that because if you break 200, I think the next stop is 210, 220, and then if you're at that by the end of the week, then all those puts, 200 puts are out 10%. They're gonna have to cover. So I feel that's gonna be a good break, but we're not there yet. So, anyways, all right, Tesla break 200. I like it. Rivian short 17. Geez, Sean, you're getting too many trades. And Ford long 1150. Hey man, we're all about ideas around here.
There was a note there from Wedbush that just came across on Apple, now expecting Apple to ship 600,000 Vision Pro Plus headsets in 2024.
Where are we
Again,
talking about?
that's from Wedbush. The initial production run they were talking about was 80,000. Yeah. 80, again, that's an analyst expectation, not from the actual company, but still. You and I were just doing some quick math. They typically see 30 to 35% profit margins on iPhones. So if you just translate that into that 600,000 number for this Vision Pro headset, it's about 735, I think it was 735 million in revenue specifically just from this.
Yeah, that's huge. And this is a more expensive product than the iPhone. So chances are the margins could be a little bit higher on this one too, Brendo. We'll have to wait and see what Apple says on the call. Make sure to check that out later this week. Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Apple earnings.
Yeah, and it'll be in store the very next day too, which is timing, right? Downside here a little bit, guys, for Apple, 0.6.
Yeah, I think there's Bob was backing a company that has theirs coming out in China, and they're doing hundreds of thousands of units apparently at a much cheaper price point. I forget the name of the company, and it probably doesn't matter. But Baba should be on watch for other reasons. But as far as Apple goes, Apple, okay, it's still doing this dance where it's bouncing away from the $200 level. You just took the 50 period, apologize for the wicks, which is just at 191. Yesterday, there was a sell program at the open, and then when it got back up to that same top at about 192 change, it started again. So I like the 193. 193 was the level that I was marked off looking for the short yesterday. It never got there, but now I'm willing to do it at 90, anything into 92 and 93, both those levels for a little bit of more of a pullback. The market is slightly down a third, and Apple's down twice as much as the NASDAQ is, so it's still a little bit relatively weak. There was clearly a bit of a program that came in there yesterday. I guess we kind of skipped Tesla there. One more note, because I probably should at least say this. So Tesla's gapping up. I mentioned Rivian. Lucid is the other stock that went a little bit ham. It was a short squeeze in my estimation. I didn't see anything specific to Lucid. You had Tesla bouncing off of lows. You had the entire EV space going up 20-something% short float. I think the rest of it sort of wrote itself. But keeping things in perspective, if it gets back into about 360, which was that flat bottom break, which we're now in spitting distance of, that's the first place I'd look for a turn, and then maybe at that $4 level, which is the 50 period on the daily. So there are levels out there for Lucid that I want to fade. Not rocket science on Fisker. If Fisker gets to the dollar level, which it's at 91 cents right now, we shorted this one at 93 off a 94 top. I'd look for the same thing at $1 on FSR. So there's still some pop and fade plays I like Lucid and Fisker are still in there for us. And if Tesla drags them higher, it can't hold them forever.
All right, just rewind 5 minutes, and I went over Rivian, Ford, and Tesla. Let's go to the desk and talk Microsoft and Google.
Can have a look at, I mean, not much to look at ahead of what is to come after the close tonight. I was just looking at some more comments there on the earnings side of things. But yeah, Microsoft and Google, the headliners tonight. The chart just speaks for itself at this point. I think there's not much to say.
Yeah, Microsoft, I mean, it's just been a fantastic year, well, let's just say 12 months, 13 months here for Microsoft as they benefit from that AI wave, Brendo. Widely expected to report about $61 billion in revenue. There was some activity yesterday with respect to their gaming division. They appointed 2 new individuals, Joanna Ferries and Matt Cox, after the acquisition of Activision Blizzard for $69 billion, looking to get some shakeup there.
It'll be interesting on just reading this note on what happened over the weekend with these Taylor Swift deepfakes that were circulating on the internet. It'll be interesting to see what they have to say in the earnings call. I'm sure they'll question them on that, but more regulation and monitoring. I mean, I have no idea how you'll ever control that, but you know, if people can just create AI, whatever you want at this point, could be troubling.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always been the case, right? I mean,
troubling, very troubling.
Now they're just so good, the fakes, right? And I think that's just going to be part of it, right? I mean, you're going to be in the limelight. There'll be some pictures out there of you, and that's unfortunate, but that's what's going to have to happen. And I don't know if that's Microsoft's responsibility or not. We'll see what the government has to say. They're gonna point the gun somewhere, and they're just gonna have to have better controls, right? Including like maybe just banning nudity or something. I don't know what it's gonna be. I feel like they can solve that. I'm not worried about it. Okay, 408. Any dip buys in for this? I'm just on a longer time frame here. I have no idea why it's not loading. But this is a 20-minute chart. And I just think we closed at 410. We had a great long yesterday, and of course the charts are a living nightmare. But we had that long yesterday in and around 408. 408 at the close. Remember, we were trying to buy these little dips, and then we ripped out there at the end of the day. We gave ourselves a 1 or 2 $3 winner on that at the end of the day, which was fantastic. And I feel like we just want to stay along this name. And if we're lucky enough to get a dip buy into 410, 408, then that's what we take. So I'm sitting there right now waiting for a dip buy opportunity in Microsoft down at 408. As far as Google is concerned, I mean, it's been such a huge run as well for this name. We have that wick there again. Maddening. All right, I'll do a little bit more work. I was going to show you 52, but I got to clean this up. But anyways, 152 here, a good level for Google. But the market's kind of spinning a little bit lower now. I just feel like all of these tech names, because we're into earnings today, I don't think they're going to have huge moves. But if we can pull back into some support levels, you know, maybe it's 51.50, maybe it's 51. That wouldn't surprise me if we do get some dip buy opportunities. So let's stay patient. Let's understand what names we want. The sticky note's out with like 7 names on it. You can go find it. Rivian, Coinbase, Intel, AMD, Uber, Ford, Rivian. We talked about that, Tesla. So there's a couple good ideas here today. I don't want to get too far away from them.
Yeah, I think maybe some patience at the open makes some sense. But, Microsoft is just, the chart speak for itself. First look, got to be long. There was a spike right at the open yesterday to 9s, and then a reversal. And then in the afternoon, it kind of held on to that 9-10 area. So I'm looking, 409.72 is a close. I'm looking at that 409 for potential dip buy. Alphabet has not really been the volume name recently. Ooh, I had drawn my, okay, whatever. I'm just going to throw this in here. If you see 151 there we go. If I see 151 in Alphabet, I know I like that level. I think it's a better chance to get Microsoft's dip. And then if Microsoft's dipping, it's still dipping into a higher low, whereas Google's still in the same channel going into earnings. Like, it's not really breaking out that top. So either looking for the 151. If the market's super strong, then this could be a later breakout at 154. But I think more patience with Alphabet because it hasn't sustained that breakout like Microsoft has.
So UBS just coming through on CNBC saying that they are expecting 400,000 Vision Pro headsets to be delivered. So Wedbush saying 600,000, UBS up to 400,000. So everyone liking the headsets.
Yeah, and they're projecting strong margins on it, Brendo, because they're saying a relatively immaterial $1.4 billion in additional revenue on 400,000. So do the math back, and you'll see that the margins are a little bit higher than we projected. Good luck. Let's see what happens on Thursday.
Yeah, that's 40 plus as far as the margin is concerned. So yeah, we'll see. Apple's still down a little bit here, 0.6. I mean, we can touch on China here. There's nothing significant as far as news, but all of these, another day, another gap down.
Yeah, another day, another issue with the real estate market there in China. Evergrande getting a court order from a court in Hong Kong to liquidate its assets, and it's affecting Chinese equity markets again.
I noted PDD was doing some volume earlier this morning, but didn't see anything specifically on it.
It's like Alibaba tried again to break out. Like it's off the lows, which is good, but it tried to break out and hold above the 50 period. You can see it's back underneath that line. Every single time in the last half year or so that it's gotten above the 50 on the daily, it's rejected. So another time here, you got 72, which is clearly like, this is not the Alamo or anything, but if there's a level that's going to hold, when I pop the 15 load, hey, it works. So yeah, I look at that 72, it's the easiest round number for it to possibly bounce off of because you got a gap into 70 that could get filled. So Baba needs to hold 72 today or it gets ugly. The other name worth watching has more to do with not Chinese weakness, but BYD's earnings. So BYD got in the price wars. They started beating Tesla on deliveries and for the first time in China, but it turns out that all those record numbers didn't result in more profits, so they're down. We saw that. Sharif mentioned it, and we were talking about that with Jeff Mendel. You can look at them in the OTC markets, BYD. But NIO down 1.8% into this. The thing about NIO is it has made what I think is a pretty significant low here at about 580 or so. Like you look at the wall that it broke at 7 and now back into these mid 5s, potentially retesting that low. I think it's worth a shot here. But Baba 72 probably comes in today pretty close. Whether or not we get a break of 6 and a retest of this bottom in NIO, NIO's really starting to condense around these prices. The last 4 days, you essentially have a 30-cent range, including this pre-market on NIO. And the 2 days before that, it was absolutely flying around. So I think it's gearing up for a move, but until that happens, I want to look for that support at the 580 level or on NIO. Chance to get there because of disappointments with BYD.
All right, I don't really want to look at Alibaba until 70. So if this comes into 70 bucks, we'll buy some Alibaba down there near 70. It could happen today. We'll wait for it. It'll be on the radar. Hopefully I'll be able to, you guys just yell at me in the chat if it does get down there. If the market does fall pretty good, that'll be somewhere where we'll look to pick up. But the problem is, if the market's falling, then I'm probably going to be long these other names into better levels. But I still like 70. I still think 70 could hold here on Alibaba. We've got an upside there. We got some of that garbage out of there down to 66. I think we can hold that level. NIO, same kind of thing, man, up to $6.60. I really like that short there. So if we can get something upside for NIO, then we short it. But maybe it's even 620. This has been a good stock for us for sure. All right, so there you can see Bitcoin starting to go a little bit. I did want to talk just a little bit about Coinbase. We did talk about it. I do have it on the sticky note here, short 138. The market is not going to be that interesting for Bitcoin. It's more, like NASDAQ, I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at Bitcoin here when we're looking at Coinbase. So NASDAQ's not going to affect it too much. So I'm not too worried about where that is. I'm just thinking that if we can still get that 138 into 140, we definitely want to let this go at 140. So I think I'm going to wait like 138.50 maybe for a short here on Coinbase. Just, this was 43.1, now it's 43.3 and starting to go up. So if we get some love for Coinbase here early, let's just look for a short. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. And I'm going to put it out at 138.50. Maybe I'll do it right now in case it does get going. Apple on that news. I still like that stock, obviously, but it's not participating. So Apple just IPO'd yesterday at 192. That's a good IPO, right now it's a pretty decent IPO. We'll see if it can hold.
I might wait a couple of days for it to be trading in the market, and then I'm going to get involved in this Apple company that people seem to like. But
so anyways, I think a 190. I think you want to look at that, but.
30 seconds to go here. There was nothing really popped in on the early imbalances. On the imbalances, GM's the biggest thing at like 700,000, so not much to watch there. It is Tuesday. It is a big earnings day after the bell, but not to sleep on what is going to happen today. You got the SMCI moving some of the chip names. We're watching some intel for some pops. You got the EVs in play as well. Adara at the bell. Ring it in. 3, 2, 1. Addy Stacks, we were joking about Apple being an IPO. Obviously, Apple's been trading on the market for
What?
a long time. No, someone asked what's the name of the IPO you guys are talking about. It was just a joke. Apple's been around.
But Apple ain't no joke.
No.
Buy those dips. Okay, here we go. The NASDAQ starting to go back up to the upside now, only down 0.19. As again, I guess I should just try to zoom in a little bit here, see Apple. There it is, man. Nice move up to 191 and change. Let's check out Microsoft real quick. I'm not into anything right now. I have bought bids on AMD, Ford.
All right, let's see where
Microsoft and Uber.
Santos will go today.
I mean, take it easy. The market's already open over there. All right, so here we go. Again, I have to, what am I, okay. Dip down into 408.
Look how the markets are moving.
Waiting for as the NASDAQ's retracing a little bit. I'm not into anything yet. The position board's working as far as we know. So
I'm not in any position.
We're just not in anything yet.
Apple's still at 91. It's not doing anything. Intel did give a little bit of a dip initially, and then right back into the pre-market highs. So you're not getting a ton of action on that name. We mentioned a couple of EV names, Rivian. I mean, Rivian's starting to go down, but I mean, I don't like that until we get into some of yesterday's levels. So it's really got to dip in there for me to try to jump into something. Oh yeah, SoFi.
Uber 67.
Remember SoFi? Okay, so
yeah.
SoFi yesterday, 860s level. I still like SoFi at 860, but it's going in the other way. Not sure we're getting the dip into that price. As a matter of fact, it's looking like it wants to break out again. Took out 9, took out 920. Let's look for a lower high. We still like longs in SoFi. I just thought we'd get a chance at that 860 a second time.
All right, so the position board is working because we got a new position right now, guys. It's Uber. Let's see what happens right now. Its past 52-week high is 67.10. Oops, that's still a firm. We're waiting to get short on a firm as well. 67.10. Gosh darn! Look at this. Like I can't even show these charts, but we are long Uber right now. 67.21. So we like dimes, so we'll take a dime early, and I'll try to clean up this Uber charts. Sorry about that. Adara?
Apple's running.
Carnival getting a nice boost, falling off a little bit here, but still up about 2%, basically issuing some statements on the Red Sea rerouting, state there will be a small impact mostly in Q2, but generally still seeing strong booking, and they will not have to deal with Red Sea transits until November 2024. So pretty interesting look there. Just keep an eye on CCL moving rapidly here, guys.
Definitely worth a look. CCL when it goes, it's worth it. Gonna get a quick bounce on SoFi off the $9 level. Looking like it wants to retake some of these highs. Now, yesterday there was some selling in the 920 range early. For those that remember, there you go. Like right in here was about 925. That's a concerted effort to say, there you go, and not here we go. So if it gets into 920 again, I want to take another leg out there. Well, I'm going to get to Spirit Airlines in a second. I know it's moving and everyone's talking about it. AMD did make a bounce.
No, but AMD went 10 cents away from us getting long, exactly as planned.
That is 175.
Exactly as planned. Fail not getting long, but exactly as planned. Hopefully, you guys were just a little more aggressive than your boy over here because we were bidding 175.25, and it went to 175.39 right there, I guess. So about 15 cents away from absolute pay dirt right there. Okay, well, that's a missed opportunity. So, well, it's not really. Well, it is, but we're not there, so whatever. We'll wait for 176, take baby on that one. Okay, Affirm. Here it goes. We were just going to try to short this name against 44. We already talked about 45. This is just a shot in the dark that this just continues to get hit today. But I don't have too many expectations for this trade. The better move for this is waiting for that 45 level. So we talked about that. Then at least you can give it to 46. Right now, you're still kind of hoping for a move back in on Affirm. So we'll try it. We are short, and it's working out. And there it is. A nice move to the downside now for Affirm. We did get a nice piece out. We got a 40 out, or 39 out there, 40 on Uber. So that was pretty good. Here comes Affirm back in. For temporarily, we'll go to the downside here. We'll bid some 35s. Thing is, on Affirm, we've talked money. The thing about Affirm, there it is, it's 25 cents. Not that much, but we'll take a piece out. You got to put your bids out or you don't get filled. So there it is. We put that bid out, we get filled. And hey, if you're rocking over here, doses, 2 for 2 so far, but we're holding on to these. Let's see if we can get some bigger moves here.
Yeah, we did get that 20 fill on SoFi. It bounced right into that range, failed exactly where it turned yesterday at the open. So you got to make sure you're not looking to give towards the mouth. There were sellers on a break yesterday at that price. There's sellers again today. If it holds 9, I'll look for a reload, but Apple's starting to get into that 192. So Apple bouncing. We talked about 92. That was the afternoon top. Looking for a turn at that price. I said I would get to.
Bye-bye, Affirm.
We're going to get over to Intel in a quick second, but let's get to the desk. Dara's got some news.
Another day, another rally for Rail Vision here, RVSN. There is a new catalyst on this one today, revealing an AI computer for railway safety and accident protection, up 40% RVSN.
All right, we just took, thank you, Adara. We got 43.18s there, so that was a good fill. That was 40 cents on Affirm, and it just pops right back up. So this is why, as I said, you got to have your bids out there. I do have another bid on Affirm down at 43.07. So let's see if that goes again. And then this is starting to go one more time. So there goes Uber. Again, a pretty good trade here. We'll see if it continues to make higher highs and go upside. And we like this trade again on Uber because we had broken through the highs of 52-week high of 67.10 it was previously, and now you're upside, right? And so again, if you're part of this nation, it's a free one. Get on board right now. It's sticky note time. We have some couple good ideas on here. We'll go check back on Rivian to see where that is. Okay, downside. We talked about the short on that, just didn't get to our level. I have to try to fix that up. Okay, here comes Tesla down to 193 again. So we are falling pretty good here on Tesla. Uh-oh. Did we just, did we just get that one? Let's go. That's a good one. Here we go with Affirm. We talked about it being my favorite stock, and this is why. Affirm giving you that money early on a short. So there it was, man. We took that against the 200 period. We took more through VWAP, and now it's pay dirt on Affirm. But we are out right now. We're out of about 40% of it. So let's see if we could take even lower here on Affirm.
Yeah, checks notes, and in note this morning, we'd like to dip by 70. He's going to get some Fisker on the short side because I saw Tesla, Lucid breaking to the downside. I said I wanted Fisker short if that was the case, so I tried to grab it. But guess what? Bounced off 70 right away at the open. Didn't have it. Went on over to SoFi. Can't say it was a bad call because it worked, but the bounce off square was pretty clean at the 70. First time, second time, it does not hold. So I grab it the second time, in and out. If it doesn't hold 70, I'm not going to fight that stock. Intel short might just have to wait, because there was obviously no pop to 45. We'll get rid of that. The 44 didn't even give you a chance at an entry either. So like this is another day where Intel is stair-stepping it off of the open. I'll have to wait for something like VWAP or something along those lines on Intel to try to join that pattern to the downside. And with the EVs going to the downside, that's the reason I'm going on over to Fisker. It's still underneath that dollar trade. Lucid broke down as well, so I want to get this going into VWAP and then just ride the wave to the downside. This is a follower, not a leader, Fisker.
Yeah, Fisker. Fisker's a nice little stock there. But as you said, man, weak name.
Lucid's.
Yeah, people were talking about Lucid actually there. All right, so like I said, we're out of 40%, which is good, but Affirm just made a move back up again. So it's still, if you take the bid, you're still in, you still get that 15 cents, but I still want. We tried to short more at 80, but that didn't come through. So let's wait to see now if we can get this to fade back just a little bit. AMD, I'm like, as you can see, man, we're just stone cold chilling right now. We know where there's going to be opportunities, and right now, if we don't see them, we're not going to put them on, right? And so that was a good move up to 178. We talked about fading that 178 yesterday. If you guys remember, and I hope this chart is actually okay. Yeah, there it is. No, it wasn't here. I guess it was right here. This 178 back down into 177, and we were like, oh man, why didn't we take it? But at the end of the day, you popped right back to 179. Machines turned on long. We need to wait for this to dip back in so they can turn them back. So we're going to wait for AMD to come back into that area. Still not there yet. Let's check out Microsoft real quick. 411, again, kind of sleepy right now. To be expected. If we can get that dip by into 408, like we've already done the work on this, hopefully that will come into 408 and we'll be able to hit that a little bit as well. Come on, Affirm. I did put another bid down here. Let's just put one in the 20s maybe. I'll cancel my 06. We'll take, see what I mean? Like I just put a bid on the bid and it shoots up 8, 9, 10 cents right there for no reason. So hopefully, here it comes now. We're on there. Hopefully hopefully we'll get filled there anyways. You know the plant, there it is. Right now, that's a good one. So that's just kind of what I'm looking for. Microsoft dip buys. AMD, we already talked about it. Uber, we're already in. Microsoft, you've already talked a little bit about Rivian. Just quickly, Coinbase, because of where the NASDAQ is, of where Bitcoin is, 43.4. Look at this. Man, did we nail that one to the short. But unfortunately, man, we talked about that level. We don't have the right level, but there it goes. Nice downside push. Needless to say there for Coinbase. Wow, I was not.
That came down to the lows. Mara's actually holding higher lows right now.
That's what that's what I'm saying. That's what my hands up in the air, because I did not think this was going to happen for Coinbase. I thought the Bitcoin holding highs, 43.4.
Yep.
So all right, we won't tap out. We're not in it. We're watching Affirm's 30 cents right now. We still have half about of our Uber. This is not really performing as well as I'd hoped. If Uber can get back into the 30s and 40s, we'll take the rest of this out. Affirm trying to go lower.
So just started in on Intel. That was
on Intel.
Yeah,
that's good.
That was unintentional, actually.
That was intentional?
Unintentional. Don't start messing with my head. But look, lower highs on Intel. It's down 1%. The market's trying to bounce and go green, and this has been weak since earnings. If it doesn't give you the short at the price you want, then taking the stairs to the downside is, as usual, like the only way to go. So just grabbed it here. I'll take it to the range bottom. 43 is a good low yesterday. If it gets back there, I think you can look for some longs. But until then, just continue with the shorts on this particular chip name. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
Massive move up here for Sanmina, SANM. This name went from $50 to touching $70 after beating Q1 earnings completely and then also projecting higher than expected earnings and profit for the next quarter. So keep an eye on SANM, guys, up 36%.
Okay, we're now under VWAP here for, SANM? No.
SANM.
Yeah, SANM right now, okay. Uber now is below VWAP. Do not like you that. So again, we're long right here right now. If this is too much, then we can get out. I'm going to bid more down here at O's just to see if we can hold it, but definitely understanding that this is not as strong as I thought it would have been today. I mean, I thought once we're breaking through 67, we would have had a nice move, and that's why we took some out at 31 or 32, and then we got that 40 print. It banged its head against 40 a couple times, but did not break it. So that's a problem. Like for Uber to only go 40 cents on a top break doesn't make me super happy. So we'll take some more 67s, but the out for me now, we wrote down on the sticky note that we like 66, but I'm gonna get out if we break 66.50 and regroup down here. Because if I take a couple hundred shares here, a couple hundred, like the next thing you know, it's if we're wrong and it goes into, if it even goes to our sticky note level, right? It can't be down that much when it gets to that level. So we're going to regroup this at 66.50, but we are taking some more longs into that level. So I'll take a 67, then we'll take a pre-market low of 66.70. I'm just talking doomsday here on this name because you got to be prepared. I consider risk managing more important than actually physically trading. Anyone can get out of winners. It's what do you do with your losers. So 66.70 right there is going to be a level. So average in right now at 67, take the fill 66.70, and then get out 66.50, and we'll sleep easy tonight on Uber.
Sleep easy. It's what it's all about, man.
Oh, easy.
And also don't rush into trades. I find, look, it's 9:43. Intel set up, fair enough. SoFi set up off of $9, even though that wasn't at the top of the list at all. But I'm just looking at some relative strength and weakness in some chip names because SMCI is getting close to $500. It's only up 3% now, SMCI. So now that it's coming back in, we took Intel to the short side. ARM is down 1%. That's looking a little bit weak. AMD, which is your chip stock du jour today because of the earnings, that's showing strength, and so is NVIDIA. So I'm just kind of lining these in some different buckets, maybe for like a 10 o'clock setup where you get that opening range, and then the NASDAQ or some of the chip names can pick away. I know what I like long. I know what I like short. Should have maybe reloaded more aggressively on SoFi off 905 instead of waiting for 9 even. But this is just barely holding on to VWAP. It'd be better if the next long on SoFi was higher and not at the same price, in my estimation. I'd just rather this be trending in the right direction. Just a couple of things to get over to. I never got that fill in Fisker. I don't want to chase this to the downside, but as long as it's underneath this pre-market bottom, this is 90 cents. That was after.
Ooh la la.
I want to short it back into 90. So once it's at and above
Make sure it's special
89,
ingredient.
I'm going to start getting short
What I put in the
on FSR. You see Tesla going to the downside. I like this name short. Obviously, Rivian is making some moves. And then, oh yeah, I mentioned Lucid. We didn't actually look at Lucid for you guys. Lucid was the one that squoze the most.
Squoze.
Squoze is a word.
Yes,
we
sir.
looked it up. It's actually true. This is above VWAP and still going.
Uber.
So watch out. If this takes out the highs, it can definitely squeeze again. I feel like this is the most dangerous in terms of potential explosive upside over Fisker. So we just got into Fisker, still in SoFi long. That's working. And the short and Intel still looking good.
Okay. There it is. I mean, this is why we're here. I mean, you guys, I'm literally doing and adjusting on the fly for absolutely everybody. You guys asked a little while ago, let's make simple trades. Let's discuss the trades. Let's get in them and let's bang out some winners. So right there on Uber, I just spent 2 or 3 minutes talking about what the plan of action would be. And there it is, man. We bought some 67s and we'll take it out at 20s, 24s, and 27s, obviously. So we weren't happy with the move up, but we get the reload and then bang it right there back up to the upside. As there goes a firm, hopefully this can make a move back in. We should keep on reloading this up at the high side, but I'm waiting a little bit higher because a firm makes this guy a little nervous because it's one day, like 1 minute, you're doing great on a firm. The next minute, you know, you look down and you're like, how did I get that many shares? Oh, yeah, it's ripping my face off. And then, unlike that great movie, Face Off, of course, shout out to Nick Cage. I don't know if he's a good actor or not. Leaving Las Vegas was pretty good. But here it is now. Okay, so a firm's coming back down. Here we go, man. We are... That's it. What's up, Brendo? Right there as we get going on again. And what's up to this? Make sure you...
like and subscribe today.
Today. Do that today, immediately. And when and if we get another one, then we'll hit this as well because that's a firm.
Another one.
And Uber, we just need...
Another one.
And we'll find that right now. But hey, man, this is going to be a good day. 2 for 2 and all bangers. Our net is right where we need it to be.
Exactly. And banging to the downside are some things. I'm telling you, don't look at the NASDAQ right now, because all it'll do is put you to sleep, and you don't want that at the open. Grab yourself a coffee and find the relative strength and weakness. Fresh lows here on Intel. Now, I want to remind everybody, the bottom at 43. When it made that bottom on earnings and then it bottomed out yesterday, I'm looking at the higher low as a target here. So that higher low at 43 even from the afternoon. I want to be out in front of that and then looking for a potential bounce play. I like those liquidity levels after earnings, and I want to respect that for Intel. As I said, I just got into that Fisker trade to the downside. Until it gets down to 86, I'm not excited. That was the afternoon low. If it breaks that, let's look for some 80s. As we go back to the desk with Adara.
Pixelworks making new 52-week highs here. PXLW announcing that they've entered into a multi-year agreement with Walt Disney Studios. Significant move up here for PXLW, guys.
XL Dub. Okay, what's up to Dan Emmons in the chat? Nice to see you back, my guy, right there. He's right. The NASDAQ is a pure shit show right now. I mean, it's just choppy, chop, 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 chop. If you like salad and chopped salad, this is okay. Chop suey's not bad either. Oh, by the way, we went to the Mandarin yesterday because it was my kid's 12th birthday. Happy birthday, Baron! That was fun. So we did that. And the thing about the Mandarin is it's really shitty food, to be honest with you, because here in Toronto...
Ooh.
I know it sucks. I wish it was better. But the thing is like here in Toronto, we're actually spoiled, and you could have really good Chinese food. Yeah, so it's good for what it is. It's great for what it is.
You can eat a lot of calories.
Yeah, yeah. Shout out to the Mandarin. You want to sponsor? I don't think they will anymore. But the thing is like for the price that you pay, it's a fun experience, and you just.
I never told you this story, but
it's just not the best. Like I had the General Tao.
My first version. We actually considered the Mandarin for a haul.
For your wedding?
First one, yeah.
The first wedding? Okay. Well, you might have been able to save some cash if you know what I'm saying. But
sadly, that would have absolutely been true, Sean. But yeah, it was the Mandarin. It's a lot of good calories. I like Chinese. Chinese food, but it's
what I was getting at.
I
is just,
love
like, it's
Chinese
good.
food.
I gotta, it's not authentic, which is what I'm saying. Like, I prefer, even my kids, a little bit of spice in there. Even when you have the pasta sauce, a little bit of spice. Like you
General
need to have,
Tao at the Garden.
Yeah, exactly. Like we exactly. So that's a perfect Chinese example right there.
My God,
Authentic stuff right there on College here in Toronto. We all know some great places. So shout out.
When I was
to all
a
of that,
trainee,
but
I would go to pick up the full-timers lunch because the trainee that went to get lunch, they would pay for yours, and then I could get General Tao for free. I wasn't messing around. I knew what was up then.
Yeah.
No one goes out for lunch anymore because we get the lunch. But just a couple of updates here because the market is doing absolutely nothing, but some things are coming down. So we show you the short that's working, but that obviously means you can have longs come under pressure. I'm getting the same thing happen on SoFi. I got 3s long in front of 9, risking the 4 cents, and then it's bouncing off a 905. Shout out to the 905. But okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for the higher low here. I should have done this. I'm going to go for the higher low this time. Should have done this the first time through.
Sheesh.
But SoFi continuing to the upside. You got to be kidding me. I should have just pegged it and sat on that bid.
oh my God.
Tesla's really starting to bounce now. Where is Lucid? Is it top yet?
We just got AMD.
Yeah, Lucid might be another jailbreak. It has not broken the highs yet. If it takes that 340 from yesterday, I'd be looking for a long in Lucid if it breaks that and Tesla's still going. But Fisker is a short, at least until proven otherwise for me.
All right, here comes AMD. So we are long AMD right now at 176, and it's just a 75-cent winner. Ho-hum. Let's see where it goes now. We just got out at 65 there. Sorry, what am I long at? I'm long at 05. So sorry, 60-cent winner. Here we go. Let's see if it...
I knew you were going to keep saying
Damn it. Okay, so like I said, man, I mean, mad respects to Dak. I mean, I couldn't be happier with him being the Dallas quarterback. I mean, he's also my quarterback now as well. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Dak Prescott. Thank you, Stephen A. Smith and all that, because, we love in Dallas right now. So, all right, man. No, just all shade aside, thank you so much for watching. Affirm's a banger. That's one. Uber. Come on, man. Show some love for Uber, man. We discussed this trade, broke it out. That's a great one. Neil's got Intel short, which is fantastic. We have AMD long, though, off 176. Look, it came back in. We sat there, we took it. That's one trade. And I want to break one more down for everybody. All right, this name is off. I really
don't understand why this is
unfortunately,
buffering like this.
This is the benefit. This is the benefit of not being on the show. To be honest with you, it's like we look here, and this is what really caused the sticky note was to look for opportunities and make sure that we can find them, so that they're sort of written down somewhere, so that I can go back and say, okay, what am I looking for? What are some ideas, right? And I think we all prepare very similarly. But this Amazon, I was not looking at that at 160.
Come on, man.
I like
What's
this
up?
stock. I think we have earnings later on. I want to buy 160. And if we break lower than like 159.70 or so, then we're going to get out. Unfortunately, we have all these crazy wicks, but here's a pullback in, basically right on cue for this. So I want to buy some 160s. We'll start it in the 20s, and then we'll get a little bit lower. But AMD right now, despite the market pulling back in, is still sticking up. And
So not
is
cool.
Uber. So I feel pretty
Come on,
confident
man.
in these longs that we have. And then, of course, we feel confident in the Affirm short, baby. So
Until this is
we'll hold on
live.
to that, and we'll just be as patient as we
Freaking
can and
buffering.
see what happens with some of these positions. Oh, we just got something, did we? No. Okay, so Uber's just starting to go higher there. Net started to scream up a little bit because Uber is right back up to 30, so that's a good trade. We got to get some more out because I don't know if it goes to 40 or not, but that reload on Uber is pretty key there.
I'm close to a trail on Intel, but this Nexie's halted. So my trusty halt scanner, which is now in P Pro 8, by the way, for anyone that's trading at Day Trade the World, you can just use that.
Feedback.
What?
Is it working? You were wondering about that.
Well,
Oh, no.
it's working
Okay.
right now.
Good.
Look, it's the first time I used it yesterday. There were some issues in the afternoon, but it's looking pretty clean. Nexie and WNW were halted.
Good.
This is indicating a $12 open, which, as you can see, is it's a lot higher than it is right now. So it should be on the radar. This is one that did the old Huadong bounce the other day. It looks like about 13.30. That's this double wick high, and then $16 way up there are going to be the key levels. Intel is now at what I don't know if it's the bottom. Again, all you can do is have an idea and a target. And I looked at the afternoon. the sort of late morning and the early afternoon in front of that 43. Wipe out triple bottom at 42.8 and then looking at that 43 higher low. If it gets to 42.8, I'm probably looking long again. So this is now in the range where I want to get out altogether on Intel. One more push down, maybe to those 10s, and I think I should just be taking it because it's time to start looking for that long. I could be wrong about that, and it might never set up the long. But as long as it's in the pocket, I want to grab it. SoFi is now out of the pocket to the upside. Sometimes it. What was the line that?
It's like Brock Purdy.
It'd be like that. I just bid sixes to try and get that dip buy. It did tag. Look, whatever. It tagged sixes, just not on any gateway I was sitting on. And now SoFi continues higher. This is another breakout. It's day two. It's a day two play. The question now just becomes, can it get through that 950 level? So if it bounces off 950 or rejects 950, I'll look for something long in front of the 925. Previous resistance turning into support. So that trade is possibly come and gone. The refill off a 9. All you can do is look on to the next. I can cancel my bid. I might think twice about it if it gets back there. Lucid still hasn't broken out, but it's trying to. Ever so slightly, Lucid is trying to make that break. I just rang the register on Intel, so we're out of that short. Maybe we're out early. Could be wrong about that. I reserve the right to, I get out early a lot of times.
You cannot be wrong.
No, but when it gets to a target, I'll get out, and then the stock goes another few points. But that just happens. So Lucid is breaking out. I'm trying to grab this. It's a double top from yesterday. Bidding 42s. I like 42. I'm not getting filled. Let's just move to 43. There you go. Is what it is. So Lucid now breaking highs. 25% short float, I want to say, on Lucid. Double check. Yeah, 26.7. So about that. Big short float on Lucid. It's just a momentum play. I don't have much positive to say about the stock. If it works right away, great. I'll give it back into those low 30s, risking about 10 cents. But there's room to 3.8, 3.75, and then on the daily chart for Lucid, you've got the 50 period sitting at 380. You've got that previous low that sits there about 15, 20 cents above. So I think it's worth the 10 cents risk here to try and get it to 60s first, and then possibly that $4.
All right. Yeah, hard to disagree with that. Good short there on Intel as AMD is coming back in. So we've already gotten some out there at the 50 period, which was 60s. So we'll hold this a little bit more. We do still want that 175. I don't even have any offers any stops if that comes in. So let's just look at that quickly from yesterday off the open because this AMD trade could come in pretty quickly. Those bottoms, yeah, so you got to hold them a little bit more. I don't want to play those wicks. All right, 50s. So this is kind of where we stopped out yesterday. So we'll, again, we've been getting out. We don't have as many shares, so we're playing a little bit more conservative today on AMD because, again, it's earnings day. So we'll have to just do that. Uber did go up into the 40s again, so we took more out. I mean, that's pretty obvious. It went to 42. We're waiting at 44, so we're going to wait to see if that will come through. And then we did take an Affirm out. I mean, we weren't even bidding 43s. So I really thought it would fall in. It didn't. We took a 21 fill there, so hopefully that will now come back in. We do have Jolts, I think, soon, 10 o'clock. There's a couple numbers coming through, so we'll have to watch out for that. There goes AMD, a little bit back up to the upside. I kind of want to stay with this, see if anything does hit. Amazon goes all the way down, believe it or not, we are waiting at, I'll just tell you where we're waiting. I thought I did already, but I'll do it again. 20s, and AMZN, I think, went to 29 there on that flush. No, sorry, 36. So a little bit off on that one. We'll have to watch out for some moves downside now in AMD. And then here goes Affirm finally, looking like it's going to test 43 again. That's the breakdown we're looking for. And then AMD, honestly, I might just get out of this. Yeah, let's try another piece out here in the third. We'll go at 35. We'll see if we can get that. And then we'll see about a little bit higher. So right now, if AMD can bounce back up, I don't just want to ignore this 50-period moving average. That's at 54. So let's take some out in front of that and then hopefully work it out from there. But thank you so much for the subscription, Angela Lee, and for everybody else out there. Hit the like and the subscribe. Greatly appreciated. It's completely, obviously, free and on YouTube daily.
That's exactly it. And we keep talking about this for being prepared because I'm going to quickly show you guys what's going on in the market because it matters. Oh, goodness, no. I'll quickly pivot to the ES because my NASDAQ chart just crashed.
Fed pivot?
The ES is trying to break the highs. The NASDAQ's still very much in the pocket. Not a Fed pivot, just so you know what. So I'm in Lucid. I just had to take the hit on Fisker because when this started going, Fisker broke out that 90. So we had to jump out of that. Lucid broke the high of the day. Probably could have been worth the reload. Let me quickly show you. There's a 15-minute chart. So there's your double top. Fisker 340 is also that level there. Let me just quickly show that line in. That's what I wanted to do, and I'll hit save, so that stays. So there's your 360 level where we're looking to take profit out in front, and then if it makes another leg up, look for a dip buy, potential breakout that can get to the $4 level. However, as that was happening, you can't be long one and short the other and have it not work, or have one possibly not come out. I had the 89 short on Fisker. It broke 91. That's actually me making that wick in there. So we jump out of Fisker. I might go back to this if I see a turn in Lucid, but I'm just looking to short weakness. Right now it hasn't broken the high, but I was shorting off the lower highs there. Intel didn't quite give me, it got the out, but it didn't quite get down underneath 43.10 to look for the 43 long. So I might have missed a little bit of a chance there to grab that long, but if it's still stair-step down, there will be a chance to short VWAP, at least with the market showing some signs of strength. The ES trying to go back into green as we speak.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, yeah, I was just trying to watch out for some of these trades coming through right now. Oracle, SMH, shaking my head. Let's check out SMCI right now. Okay, so again, hopefully you were able to watch. We have happening now with Adair. Let's go to the desk. We'll talk about this when we get back.
Consumer confidence just coming through here. 114.8 versus 114 expected, so slightly higher than expected. JOLTS job openings coming in also higher than the expected here. Consensus of 8.75, forecast of 8.69. Actual JOLTS job openings 9.026 million. So definitely stronger than expected here across the board for those JOLTS and the CB consumer confidence. Market slightly lower here, not reacting too much, still slightly down on the day, more or less flat here ahead of major tech earnings tonight, including Microsoft, Google, and AMD. In terms of individual stocks moving, earnings pretty much across the board here. General Motors with an earnings beat and then also higher than expected EPS forecast. GM up 8% still. And then UPS doing the opposite, down about 8% after lower sales and inline EPS. So definitely earnings names across the board to keep an eye on here, guys.
Okay, we're not necessarily reloaded on anything, but we did get some more AMD on that.
Okay, thanks for joining me. I'm here live. We put in 2 trades on Kava.
To the downside, yeah.
They
right
are
now is half a dollar.
hoping
in
they'll
the
go
money.
back
There
down
it is.
to the
It's taking out
downside.
43 maybe.
Just at least
Hopefully
wanting
that
to
does
make
happen
up
in the
some
reload.
little
Looks like
bit
it's
of
pretty good. We
loss.
just got 60s.
Not loss,
I mean, looks
but
like, I don't know if it is or not, but it's holding 60 right now. So that's a level to look out for here in the market. So we'll do that, and we'll just sit down and wait. We still are waiting for that 175 flat or so to get through. So if and when that does happen, that's something that we're going to watch out for. And then a break lower through that, I don't think we have any reason to stay in that. So
I don't think I like the Intel long at 43 much anymore.
I was just looking at some of the longs as well. That's why I went right over to AMD. So yeah, watch out. These levels are breaking right here.
I was right. This was going to get to VWAP. Thank you for the economic number. You can't look. The market reversed there. It was one more push, and I was looking to short Intel into VWAP. It just doesn't get a chance to make that push because 10 o'clock hits and then the market reverses. You can't know that that's going to happen. I would have liked to have gotten that reload, but I didn't. So you just got to live with it. Pulling back in, the first concern, of course, is going to be, look what just happened to SoFi.
There goes a firm.
Like SoFi right back into that 9 level. Got to be very careful about this. If I see a nice little bounce off the 905 again, I like saying that. Then I'm just going to jump right in. I'm seeing it actually bouncing here at 10s. Some buying coming in. I will try to get that reload on SoFi. As far as Lucid goes, the good news for Lucid is it's a squeeze name. So maybe it can resist this pullback in the market. It did pull back and dip. As long as it can hold out VWAP, I think this can be okay. But I'm going to be patient looking for a reload there. I did jump back into Fisker because that was right at the 90 price, which is where I was in it at 90 before. If I liked it before and the market tanked, I'll jump right back on over to it. And then one last one for you. You mentioned a firm. Upstart was moving yesterday. Upstart is holding these lows and has a 40-something% short float. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place for it to go. That is now how many tests of this bottom? You can count all the wicks up there. I'm not going to do it for you, but a lot. So 34
Why is it
continues to hold. Also,
flipping,
potential flat bottom break. I'd be willing to trade that in either direction. But Upstart was a huge runner in the afternoon yesterday, and look at it hold this defined bottom. I think that's either a break at the top on any strength in the market, or just look for entries off that 34.70.
So you know what's holding out pretty good on this dip is Uber. I mean, Uber is still upside right now, so that's a nice. And then guess what just happened as well? I mean, we're just going to keep hitting it, honestly, because we Affirm, like we said, if you don't sit anywhere, you don't get anything. There's Affirm putting it pennies away from the club. So right there, we could get nice. So that's 69s we got. Or no, we got 70s flat. So we're short at 58. So that was a good trade. I'm not going to bid anymore. If it continues, fine. If not, fine. All right, AMD is pulling. Again, like Neil mentioned, that short for Affirm. You know, right now we're just going to have to wait. If this breaks 174.75, then we're gone. I'm waiting for, you're going to see the price. We're bidding 175 flat. So that's the key price for me. If and when that comes in, those are the levels that we're looking at for AMD, and then give it 25 cents lower. Not going to be a day ruiner, not this early, man. It's 10:04. We don't need to be here and worry too much about that. So we'll wait for it on AMD, but it just didn't come in there. We're waiting for 175. Like, if that comes in, we'll take it. If not, man, it's going to be a little bit of a pass for me. And then we'll just hold it back up to the upside. Like, the fact that we just got in there to I'm going to look back and be like, why didn't I just take that at 175.15? But look at this move back to the upside. Here we go, man. We just reloaded this, and it is rocking right now to the upside. So a decent trade here for our friends that are trading AMD and that was able to buy that dip. But see, there it goes. Now it's like stalling out again. What is that price? 176.50. All right, we're going to put an offer in and around that 176 area. Where are we long? We're long at, nah, that's not good enough. We need higher. 176, like 30. Let's put an offer there. I know that seems like, you know, why are we going that high up? But let's see if it can break. I mean, that 50 period's at 50. Feel like we need to get that at least to make this trade worth it.
Yeah, and that's sort of the thing. Like, you have to, risk to reward, targets. That's what it's all about there. Apologies, Nick Dubs. You had a super chat in there about CVX. It's just, a lot happening there. So thoughts on CVX. Oil stocks do look strong on the back of Marathon. You're 100% right about that. If you're watching the show, you probably know my thoughts on CVX. 141, 141, and 141. Again, and again, over at that price. It's holding above the 50 period, so I think the next stare up would be logically that. It's hard to see with this wick, so I'm going to go to the 15-minute for you. It is a nice chill on that higher low as we speak. So 147 bottom. If it holds this, I'd be looking for a 150 break sometime this week. But it's inside until that happens. There's 147. There's your 150-ish top. So it's doing the dance with, I don't like the dance with no pants. It's doing the dance to the upside. I think it just needs to take out that 150 next, and then you get a take of 154. All that said, like, I didn't buy it at 41 with the intention of taking 10% on it. Like, I bought it to hold it. So, yeah. Like, it's just, I don't want to get the idea. Hey, you know what, Neil, you said if it goes to 154, that's next resistance. Are you selling there? I'm not, but I was never planning to. Some concern, Lucid starting to, it just dipped 342. I just said VWAP. I was looking for Lucid. That's because the market reversal was looking pretty heavy to the downside. So I was thinking maybe a better entry point. It might just be off of that double top from yesterday clean. Should have been just saying, okay, that's 340. Just go long again, 340s. That might be the right answer. And I might have already missed that opportunity. But hey, going to hang on to this trade. Going to hang on to SoFi. Still think I'm shorting pops on Intel at this point. And Apple, really thought we'd have a chance to trade Apple off 192. It never quite got there, but it's holding right around VWAP. So some strength over in Apple. We might see that after all. Let's go to the desk with Adara.
Yeah, this one just fell pretty unexpectedly to the downside here, but another crypto name to keep an eye on is BitDeer, BTDR, yesterday announcing that former co-founder of Bitmain, Jihan Wu, the new CEO of BitDeer, BTDR. Really volatile here, guys.
It's a deer?
Oh, BitDeer. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Look at that. We got it. There goes AMD. I mean, I again, based on, look at Uber, look at AMD. Wow, we are now cruising. This sticky note, again, is, we could talk about it. I mean, we have Uber on here written down long, 67 break higher. That's 50 cents in the money. Never went against us. We have AMD written down long at 175. It's going to be pretty much could be my number one name if it continues to go. We talked about this with a potential monster move higher if we do get down to that level. You know how low we got, man? 175.13. That run right there is worth the hot dog cannon. That's 2 for 2 right there on the sticky note, and we have both of them. Obviously, Intel didn't get to our level. Coinbase tanked. That was a monster, but, you know, and then Microsoft was the only name there. But if you are rolling with this nation, then there it is right there, man. Nice move up. We'll see if here it comes. Let's just take $1. Nice move upside. And there it is right there. It's another Dollar Club winner for you. Wow, more than $1. What are we even talking about? Nice move to the upside as we go on AMD. It's just going to be another one of those days that ends in Y and that we start to run the tables here on AMD. Very difficult trade, though. You know, if you were lucky enough to get that bottom, I was, again, pennies away, literally 5 cents away from that bottom, but we didn't have it, so we'll just hit what we have and be happy with that. It's a nice move there on AMD, Affirm, AMD, and Uber. We're 3 for 3, and they're all really monstrous, so congratulations.
Congratulations, and Palantir 17. I'm going to get back to Palantir 17 because you're going to be, when you see this chart, you're going to be like, what the heck is going on? But Lucid 360, the reason for a line on the chart is that is the previous flat bottom that broke. So when 40 goes, it's 40 to 360, and then next step up, I guess 75 on the way to 4 even. But Palantir, wherefore art thou, Palantir?
Yeah, where
Look at the dip and rip at exactly 17. So 1698 is the current low. It basically just wicks that bottom and is now starting. It's only 0.6 to the upside. When the market flushes like that, and a stock gives a liquidity grab type bottom, and then look at the higher low. That's eerily similar to what SoFi has just done, and now it's making the stair step up. Can it take out the high? Pre-market highs at about those quarters. Any dip into 17, I'm looking to go long, and then we'll see about the breakout if it does happen. Speaking of SoFi, it's now hanging right in around view up. So very similar setup. The difference is SoFi already broke out the top, and Palantir hasn't done it yet. I was trying to get those 905s. Now it's holding 910. So I'm going to step up to 910 here and see if we can't get a reload on SoFi. But Palantir got to be on the radar at this point. The long grid holds at 17. Maybe it is just going to take out the quarters, but the next dip, I got to be involved in that one. And Rivian, where are you going, Rivian? We're in Lucid, but Rivian wants a top as well. Higher lows all the way on Rivian. My dip buy would have been 15, whatever. I guess you could have gone early. I liked it in front of 1560. That was afternoon support. I'm never getting. That's too early for me. I'm not jumping in at 85 in that spot. I'd probably look for a low down here, but Rivian looking pretty strong, along with some of its cohorts.
Man, this has been a nice one so far.
It's not moving. This is not going to hold.
We can go back and look at some
Coinbase. Let's look at some Square. We talked about Square earlier. Look, guys, we are right where we need to be right now. I'm just in the zone. We talked about this one being a possible fade, of course, Square, and we were right, man. I said, remember, we hit the Akbar. What did I say? It's a trap. There's $3 downside. So, I mean, we literally said, watch out for this 7. I mean, I can't. Now I'm beside myself because this was a trade that we could have had. We talked about shorting this 71 level, goes up there 71.50, and then absolutely cracks down $1.50. We would have been out at 70 anyways, probably even more than that, 70.50, something like that. And then the 200 period, yeah, is 70, and then a nice move down. But hey, if you have that trade, that is fantastic. Look at AMD though. AMD is going to take one. I mean, again, we called this a monster trade. Like it's written, you know, on the sticky note. I just tweeted this out, by the way, again, for everybody. But it's written right down on here what we expected for this. And we even talked about it. It's written on here, could catch a monster. How's $2 in the money? And then we even talked about it up here. Shout out to M&M, because it's a monster right there. So, I mean, that's the trade. I don't... you know, we're happy with it, and we're just happy that everybody else is watching this show with us again here today. So thank you so much for all of that. Uber does go another 50 cents in the money. It goes up to 67.60, and that's still making some moves higher there as well. So yeah, man, so far so good here today. You know, we'd obviously like to get a little bit more action than what we have, right now, but we had Dan talk about it being choppy, but there's the break on the number. Here's the move back up, and then we just dance off of the 50 period again. So, we'll get more and more out as we go here as we dance around. But for right now, I like that Uber trade to the upside. I like AMD continuing to work, although we just took that 200 period. So like that buy right there ahead of all of that was crazy. We should have it out here 177. So you know what? Let's just put a piece right now. We'll take this out, ring the register on $1.25, and then if we continue higher into 178, then we'll take that again. But hey, man, this is 4 for 4 today. Or sorry, 3 for 3. Affirm, AMD, and Uber. Thank you so much, Elon, in the chat. I won't test out your Neuralink, but I know there are a lot of people out there that are.
That was great news.
Congratulations on that.
Yeah, I won't be you're not hooking me up anytime soon, but I think the applications for that are fantastic for the Neuralink. So shout out to you, Elon. Not the real Elon in the chat, but the real Elon to us because you watch the show. And
yes,
you're
exactly.
one of our valued members of the community, which everybody is. So shout out to all of you. I saw that bounce on AMD. The good news is when I saw that going up, I'm like, okay, I know I want the reload on Intel. You're getting a bounce in the NASDAQ, but this never even got to VWAP. So when the number hit, this was right at 43.30. And then it spiked up again a few minutes after to 43.30 and kind of did this little pullback. So I shorted it off of that level, got 26s. So this will risk about 5 pennies because it's not necessarily the VWAP trade. It's to that local high. So sometimes you're just looking for that reload. It's just take what the market gives you. And it showed me liquidity replenishment at when the economic number hit was at 30s. So I'm just going to jump into the short at that price. Lucid is still trying to go. It's at that 360. This is a big price for Lucid. No question about it. This was a huge double bottom. Look at the move accelerate down when it got there. So it does need to eat through this level in order to make the next leg up. So it might take a while to do that. Patience is going to need to be packed here to steal something from both Sharif and Adara. SoFi, I just grabbed a reload off the $9 level. Can it get back to the top? I'm starting to get skeptical that SoFi wants this 950. Very, very skeptical that it wants to break out 950 at this point. So I'm going to play this conservatively. If it gets halfway, I'm going to want to grab some profit out on SoFi. I don't think it's nearly as strong as what I would like to see. It's just doing the same range as yesterday. You got the same 9 bottom, you got the same 940 top. Not nearly what we like to see. Yesterday, this was the second leg, was that 9 to 950. It had already made 1. So let's be patient with it. I do see Spirit Airlines. There was some news about an expedited process for the appeal that made the stock, kind of go to the upside. It's been giving it back since. If this can get above 650, maybe it goes squeezing as well. But it's not on my radar. I know a lot of people have been looking at that. It just hasn't really been giving you any breakout sense. And then Alphabet, I still like 151. I don't think we'll get there. Obviously, this is underneath VWAP, so it's another one of those weak names. But if it doesn't get to my price, I don't have to try to make the bottom. I just want it to get to one that I like to transact at. So patience when it comes to Google. Haven't even looked back at Microsoft yet.
We're just hanging out here. AMD's just went $2 in the money off of a trade that we pegged down there. So we're just happy that we're sort of feeling it right now. Uber, it's like we talked about, when you're trading, you're sort of got a hot hand at the dice game. We went back and forth with that. And that's what it is right now for the sticky note. This was a great Uber trade. I wish we would have, we did load it up. I actually wish, what's up with How to Trade? There they are. Hey, what's up, How to Trade, guys? But right there, 67 bottom, possibly. Should have just got more shares. That's basically the story there. That always seems to be the case, doesn't it? But that's okay. Still there, man. It's still going to be one of those days for us. Affirm, maybe we take some more out. We're bouncing again off that level that we already got. So we could see that. I don't know if we want lower, higher right now. It's a little bit of
Palantir.
Sort of Palantir's moving around. The market's right here, and it's 10:17 now. Just thinking not that we've seen the top. I don't think we're anywhere even close to the top or the bottom today. But we could just sit here, and then we want to play some of these moves, because if you look at it, you're in the middle right now. We have that bottom of 17.6. We have the top of 17.685, and now you're at 50. This is clean in the middle. So I don't have too much to do right now other than wait for trades that we like, including Microsoft down there at 408. And we're just going to do that. We'll wait for that. We've got patience. We're packing our patience. Let's go over and see what Adara's got.
Yeah, just with regards to Save, there was a note coming out of the JetBlue earnings call a couple minutes ago. JetBlue here down about 1.5%, but definitely making a move up here. But basically, JetBlue saying that they are considering reevaluating that agreement with Save until and unless that agreement is dissolved, they're going to continue to fulfill their obligations. So just a note here, potentially of interest if you're following Save and JetBlue, guys.
Yeah, well, man, the earnings, that was another earnings play as well. So you might have heard me say that I got Palantir. That just came back in. I might have just missed the first bounce back above VWAP. So Palantir, that's 17, the higher lows at 05s. It just put a bottom in there at 8, and that's what I grabbed. As it's flat on the day, but it's trying to stair-step up. As the market is kind of rebounding toward those highs. Come on, Lucid, you can do it. So Palantir dip buy off 17. Lucid is finally holding some bids above 360. I know I'm taking it in front of 375. So I'm gonna get an offer out there in front of 375 as you're slowing up a little bit. But that continues to hold and make those higher lows. Looking for the same thing on SoFi and Palantir, but they're nowhere near as explosive as this EV name. Probably has something to do with the short float. SMCI, just to give you an update, I'm watching this closely because I am short Intel. I'll get to that in a second. But SMCI is making a higher low and could take out VWAP. If SMCI takes out VWAP and goes screaming to the upside, it just might drag a few things with it, but I am watching that closely. Intel, the reloaded 30s, we mentioned there's your liquidity grab, the bounce and then flush when the numbers hit at 10 o'clock. It then retested the same level, short the consolidation, right back toward those lows. So just grab some out in front of 10s. Let's see if it can take out those bottoms. That should be the next thing to look for. And for the anyone that are still paying attention to Nexi, so remember what we were talking about yesterday with halt trading? What do you look for after a stock halts? Not necessarily the wildness, but look for the consolidation and price acceptance. So this accepted price at about $11 after the halt. I'm not saying you got to go long there, but it showed you after a halt and lack of liquidity that that's where there was actual transacting. And then for about 15 minutes, it held the 11. It's halted at 16. I personally wouldn't chase it. It's tapping $19.50, which is $3 higher. As I've always said, no one ever went broke taking profit. If I would have been long at $11, you know I'm taking most of it out by 13, then hold like 10, 20% for the dream. And even then, I would have covered more at this halt. So be careful with this. It can go down just as fast as it went up. And let's go to Adara for the small cap recap, oddly enough.
IWM, small cap ETF, Russell 2000 here, trickling to the downside, down almost 1% as some of these small caps are giving up steam, but definitely some to keep an eye on here, including Rail Vision, once again, really strong here. My bad. Sorry about that. Rail Vision, really strong in a new catalyst, an AI computer for railway safety and accident prevention. This one running once again here, up 50% for Rail Vision. Next up, we do have Neximmune, this one being discussed a lot. Currently halted, but really strong look here, up about 70%. Nice move from this one, as Neil was just saying here, so keep an eye on this as well. Last but not least, Pixelworks, PXLW. I was mentioning this one briefly at the big desk as well, but basically what's happening with this one, trading higher after entering into agreement with Walt Disney Studios. The other terms have not been disclosed, but this one is up about 65%, guys.
All right, thank you, Miss Adara. And by the way, if you're looking at this trade right now, let's go for a banger. It's AMD. We talked about it all on the sticky note. Make sure you go grab that. The thing about this trade is, like last night, I dreamt that I was a muffler, and I woke up exhausted. So I'm like really surprised that we're able to still find these $2 winners right now. So that's a good one right there. So here we go, AMD. It's a nice move to the upside. And there's your dad joke of the day. So, you know, you could be exhausted and still be able to find some winners. So there goes AMD. It's a nice one to the upside. Not only that, I'm really proud of it that we wrote it down on here. And the fact that if it hits that level, we could have a monstrous move. And that's exactly what happened right there. So again, thank you for watching, man. Hopefully you're having some fun with us. We've got Affirm, we've got AMD, and we've got Uber. Uber, look at this long, 67, and still rip city on that one. Again, guys, thanks for watching. We're having a lot of fun. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's Trader TV Live, at Trader TV Sean on Instagram and on X. What is Alibaba, or not Alibaba doing? Sorry, people saying BA. Ooh, Boeing down here near $2 bills. That's exciting. I'm going to be buying some more Boeing very, very soon in the long-term account against this 175. We've talked about this trade over and over again on the podcast, on everything. I think that this is a good opportunity for risk to reward here, especially if you're, if you're going to hold it for long-term, which I am, then it doesn't really matter. But this is it still matters. Every price matters. But I like the risk to reward here. Buying this dip down here at $2 it finally came in, so this is where we want it, against that 175, because I still, like I said, I still think we see 230 before we see 175, and right now you're right in the middle. So take all that bad news, sort of wish it around, and spit it back out, and I think it means Boeing goes higher. But didn't they already report? I feel like we missed Jan 31st. Okay, so that's why it's on our mind. Yeah, it's this week. So, all right, I take that back. Don't buy today. Wait, because you don't want to be caught on the wrong side of earnings. So
and they're before the open, too.
I don't, I take that all back. Yeah. Don't buy Boeing yet, but I'm buying it tomorrow. So, and well,
yeah, we'll see.
We'll see how close it gets to that. Yeah, if you're down 10%, maybe we'll see the reason for that.
Well, that's sort of the thing. Like you can like a stock at a level and earnings happen, and it's like it's nowhere near where you like it. That's just par for the course. I did just jump out of Intel. It just made a higher low here. Got to respect it. So Intel was a good short. It might still be. Maybe VWAP's a thing, but I told you we're short off the 30, risking 5 cents. Once we got 12, which is just past that 10, I guess it's 2 to 1, whatever. 12 was just where it happened to bounce. We got out of this one. If it holds VWAP, I'll probably jump back into this short at some point. And then I was reminded of something we were mentioning in the afternoon. Marvell, this is a pretty clean, whatever you want to call it. You can call it double bottom, bull flag, all that, whatever nonsense. But it's holding $70. And I said if this could hold 70 at the open, it has a really good chance. But the volume is the only thing keeping me away from this, and the market not making a direction. But this holds 70 throughout, call it the middle of the day, and I will be looking for some longs in Marvell. I'm not going to jump over to it just yet. It's not enough volume to pique my interest. Watch out for SoFi. The initial move good. The reload is now testing that 9 level. I got 909.5, so round it to 10. It's at 05s, so the only concern is it double topped and might reject. I could see it back at 860, so I'm not holding this past the $9 level. So my stop is going to be right underneath the $9 level. Lucid still wants to go. In Lucid's other life, it's already squoze to $4, but the next stage of this move is taking a little bit of time here. So we are seriously packing our patience, because the way this was screaming yesterday, it would have already been at $4. It's just a little bit slower today, as this 27% short float name is trying to get going again to the upside. Palantir, that's holding on to set 17 level, but only barely. It's now going to dip on it. The bottom is 1698. There actually just went. See? Well, I crossed to 63. That's the order I use is a marketable limit order. So it's going to send an aggressive. It's not a market order, but it crosses down like 2% or something. But you get the fill at 97. Yeah. So I'll slap the fail on Palantir. But you just saw that live, right? Like it threw the order to there, but of course it's going to fill right on the out at 97. So Palantir doesn't hold on to 17. I said yesterday, if it held that level, I'd try to go for the longs off 17. It's not over yet. It could still regain that level, and I jump right back into it. But once it ran my stop, got to jump out of that trade.
All right, I just attached it to the sticky note right here about that 175, and I just attached a level 2. So some of you are always asking for level 2s and stuff like that, so you can go over there, have a quick look at that, and then have a look at the level 2 that we trade with right there on the sticky note and on at Trader TV. Sean, go find that. Okay, Uber, AMD, Affirm, still 55 cents. That went all the way back up. We could have reloaded it. I mean, we're just feeling pretty good about everything right now. So let's just look for some better opportunities. Okay, AMD, we already got that. I just saw someone talk about DraftKings. I really like DraftKings, obviously. So let's go over there and have a quick look. Although we did get out of our DraftKings, I thought it was like around $38. So that's not going to be a winning trade right there, because there it is. Yeah, that makes sense. So this is where we got out, 38.60s and change. But they're still making moves, man. We had that, was it Flutter yesterday? Yep. With FanDuel and everything. With Super Bowl coming through, you know, you're going to have one last hurrah for big gambling opportunities. You know.
Well, March Madness.
Yeah, March Madness will be there. Yeah, so you got to go through February and then you'll see March. But at the end of the day, DraftKings continues to look like it wants to work, and it's actually a pretty healthy chart, breaking above 39, holding this 38, like those levels that we talked about. DraftKings for the win. I mean, it just looks like a great opportunity there, breaking higher. So I'd like to see a 39 bid come through. I find it hard to buy these 40s. It's not really doing anything right now. It's not worth buying a 40 with the high of 40.20 right now, in my opinion. Do it as if you want. We have a $2. Let's just do this because, you know. There you go. That's the double hit. Right there, 40.50 for DraftKings might be a little risky on that. So we're going to hold out on it. Again, AMD just hit 178 again. I feel like 179 should be our out. 179 would be a $4 winner. So if that can happen, we'll take it. Apple's making a dive right now. I know Neil's got Lucid, so that's good.
Is moving.
DWAC is blasting.
Apple is dying.
Says,
that's the biggest
Michael.
miss. Apple's the biggest fail. In hindsight, that's going to be close enough to the 192 that'll make you be a little bit peeved because this is my order. This isn't actually a trend line or anything. I was just offering in front of 92. And that Apple still under pressure. We said this, really, it was super weak yesterday relative to the overall market, and you're just seeing it again. But look at the dive. That's on volume at 10 in the last 5 minutes. So there's something specific to Apple, which is creating it here. I just want to make sure I'm not trading blind. But look, iPhone shipments likely to decline significantly by about 15% year over year due to structural challenges, says Ming-Chi Kuo. So
bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, where's that bottom yesterday? This wick, sorry about the wicks, guys. That bottom is 189.50. That was at the open yesterday. I would just look for the same bottom to hold, and look what happened.
Yep.
Again, I made the mistake of reading the news first, but if you just went to yesterday's low, 189.50 was it, and 189.50 it still is.
I could try to find it here on my profile, but this is the exact trade that we had yesterday on Apple. I'm trying to find it because just what Neil mentioned there. Now look at that. Look at that long on Tesla yesterday, 184. Right there, touched 191 on that move. Here it is right here. So here's the flash down for Apple yesterday. We took the one, like Neil said, man, we were long 189 and change. And then we got at 191 and continue to go higher there. So we'll have a quick look on Apple. I mean, I turned right over to it based on that news, based on whoever that was. I would say that's a nothing burger, but we'll watch it breaking through 190. I actually already said earlier today that I think Apple is the one that falls the most here out of all of the Magnificent Seven, if you still include Tesla. But yeah, you heard me say that. I said Apple, that news was bullshit. So I think it is. But anyways, I still don't think it is the best name to trade to the long side. I'd rather be long Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, NVIDIA than Apple. But here it comes. Nice little move down. And look, sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire. That's right. So, you know, if you like to short this name,
a good rule.
I don't have a problem 190.25. If you want to play this up to that level, I think you could be onto something there. But onto something is Dara at the desk.
Interesting update here in the world of crypto coming from Visa, enabling crypto withdrawals onto debit cards in 145 countries. So basically what this means is you take your crypto from your crypto wallet and then it goes straight into your debit account. So basically what it does is eliminates the need for centralized exchanges. Pretty cool news here coming from Visa. In terms of Bitcoin itself, definitely continuing this curl up from just below that 40,000 area, around that 43,500. Just kind of bouncing around there more or less for most of the day. But overall, a nice winning streak for Bitcoin over the last few days. Right now, this 43.5 area up 3.7%. Ethereum also really strong, holding well above this 2,300 area. Solana up 10%. Cardano up 7%. Avalanche up almost 4%, guys.
Big moves. Big moves in some of crypto there. Thank you, Adara, for that. Just a couple of things. We mentioned, did I say that DWAC was flying?
Someone in the chat mentioned it. I don't think we looked at it. Okay. I don't know why I went short Apple there against this.
Sorry, guys. If I thought we did, but if we didn't show, this is DWAC breaking out. It tries to get to 40. It doesn't get to 40. You'll see I'm short Funware because I don't short DWAC. I short Funware instead. So when I saw this wick the 39, get back underneath, and let me go to the 3-minute chart. Forget the daily. Who cares? When it started to make this bit of a turn, if it gets to 38, or VWAP. I was like, is Funware at a key level? The answer ended up yes. You'll see it press. I got 30 short. Let me go back to the 15-minute. 31 is about as obvious as it gets for the afternoon yesterday. The fact that it turned right in front of the 31 when DWAC was turning, that's good enough for me. Short 30, stop 31, just above it. So risk like a penny and change because there will be slippage. You don't get exactly that even out, but I'm looking for the retracement here. On Funware, as Mara, man, I said Mara wasn't going down, only one way to go, but it's also not breaking out. Like the thing about a squeeze name is I want it breaking out. If a squeeze name ain't breaking highs, then I'm not excited about it.
No, that makes sense, yeah.
Just go already.
So we were shorting Apple, and it came right back into the money for us there. It went down to we're short sub 190 right now. It's not good. I'm trying to short it against this. Actually, it's 190.40, isn't it? All right, well, anyways, I was going to get out if it breaks through 30, which, yeah, I guess that's good enough. So, anyways, I didn't have any bids down there, even for flats. So, yeah, I probably shouldn't be short this name. Honestly, the market's making a move back higher. I just thought, like I said, maybe we'll test it. I just feel like this is worth the 30 cents. Like the first position we put on actually went, here it comes, or is it? The first position that we put on actually went into the, okay, okay. All right, let's just keep talking about it. There goes Apple to the downside. Now a winner, 13 cents in the money, and we can talk about this because I just thought, okay, I just thought the risk was well worth it on this risk to reward, and there it is, man. Did we get I'm bidding 76s? Did we just get missed there? So right now we're short Apple 189.94, and there it is, man, 25 cents. And spin it again. We're gonna go Apple 1 for 1, Affirm 2 for 2, AMD 3 for 3, Uber 4 for 4, and that's what we're doing today. It ain't no plane crash around here. This is a good trading day, and again, a day that ends in Y should be a good one over here. You know, if we're gonna try to make money, that's what we're gonna do. There it is. Bye bye, bye bye, bye bye. There goes Apple back down to the downside. There we go, man. That was pretty well worth it on that risk to reward for me. But here we go. Now we're 40 cents in the money on that downside for Apple, and we're pretty damn happy with that as that climbs right up, man, right up the board to be one of my top stocks. So, well, we only have 4 of them, but there it is. 189.50 is my bid for Apple, and down goes the king for now on that report. We'll wait to hear more. I still don't have anything. If Adara has something on that, bang, there it goes again. It's a face slapper. Bye-bye. Thank you, Frank Jones. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Mad appreciation for you guys as well. We can't do this without you. And here we go. 70 more cents for Apple, and we just put it on 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, there might be something to that report after all. Maybe it's not as fugazi as some might think because like the fact that it retook that low, that was a big liquidity grab yesterday at the open. Those open bottoms usually tell you where buyers are. So for that not to hold on could be not a good sign for Apple. You'll see I'm down to Funware. One of the reasons why is we got to 75s on Lucid. This is a huge move. Like Lucid is up 10%, but from the bottom, it's actually up 20% because this was down at like 315 at the open. We didn't get in till after 340. So the back half of the move is the last 10% that Lucid is up. Just alert to $4. I'm probably looking short if this gets to the $4 level. This is now in the pocket where I would look for a bit of a curl. I am in Funware. After that DWAC press to the upside, there we go. It tried to get back into 38 and maybe VWAP, but it's starting to bounce again. If DWAC takes out the high, I fully expect Funware is going to do the same. So I was looking for another entry at that 30 to add to the position, but it doesn't seem like it wants to get into VWAP right quick. I was bidding 28s and looking for VWAP only. Going to try to get something out in front of 29s as well. Get a little bit of a 1-to-1 as well as that 2-to-1. As far as Intel goes with the market, I mean, the market's bouncing and Intel still won't get me back in at VWAP. So there's nothing to do except be patient with this. If it's still stair-step down, we got to wait for an opportunity to get into that. T Blank saying super chat, please. Let me just quickly find it for you. A lot happening. Thoughts on companies selling to consumers not doing well. The chips who sell to countries and other companies doing the best. Consumer seems weak. There's some signs that the consumer's been tapped. I mean, there has been a lot of overall strength. I mean, have a look at the GDP numbers. I don't think it's all bad in some of the consumer names. Like if you pull up a chart of Walmart recently, But I see what you're probably talking about. You're probably thinking about things like Pepsi, maybe. But again, I don't think the consumer is all that strong. If you've been in that camp, you've been all that week, I should say. If you've been in that camp, you've been fighting it a little bit. And even a stock like, if you think, okay, well, Pepsi's been underperforming, look at the bid that's got slapped on this stock. It's halted its churn to the downside and looks like it's something that actually wants to turn and maybe join the party to the upside. So I'm not completely convinced there. I think it's worth looking at, but I'm not completely convinced it's as bad as it seems for the consumer.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that's why I think Apple is going to be the worst out of all the performance because of them being the consumer company out of all the other ones. So I think that's probably a right take there, but we'll see. I mean, earnings are going to come through. Like look at AMD, not really a consumer company and absolutely ripping to the high side. If you're selling to businesses right now, then, I mean, especially in the AI space, every single name has come out and talked about improving, their large language models. We had the story the other day about AMD and NVIDIA and Meta all coming together. So, I just feel like that's what it is. I love Meta for that reason. I love Google for that reason. And yeah, just keep it going. And that's why, it's not why we're short Apple. We're short Apple because of that news. And the news plays with what I said earlier, and that was that I thought Apple would be the weakest of the bunch heading into this earnings season. So, that's what we're playing off of right now. And then that news story hit. So I like it. We are bidding though. Am I bidding down there? I must have, did I just get hit? No, I did not. Okay, I thought I was bidding. I got a bid down here, 189 flat. So let's do that. 189.10 or so. We'll just put a bid there. See if we get that fill. That was the bottom. We'll see if we can make $1 on this downside there. The amount of money you make doesn't matter. It's just that's where that wick is. 189.17. So let's see if we push it, get that fill downside. We are in that 10% of Uber. We should have probably got out. Let's put an order there, 67.70. If we can get that, that'd be pretty good. Neil had a good trade there on Lucid, obviously. Some people talking about that. 53 cents now in the money on Affirm. Still waiting for this 80 to come back in. That'd be pretty nice. Maybe we'll even wait for lower than that. And then we already talked about AMD. So it's Apple, Affirm, AMD, and Uber. Some of them dollars, some of them less. But it's been a good day, needless to say. Lucid is, what is Rivian? I know we got to go to Adair. Just hold on a second. On that, yeah, darn it. This is the one that I want to short, but we're not quite there yet. All right, what's up, Adair?
Yeah, Lucid did appoint new general counsel, just a quick note on Lucid. But basically what's going on with these sectors, very mixed picture. Going to start with finance. Some of these names really making moves to the upside here. BAC, really strong. Goldman Sachs. And also Citigroup all on watch after getting upgrades from Morgan Stanley this morning. So keep an eye on that. Health technology, Danaher, DHR getting a move up after an earnings beat. We also do have consumer durables, Tesla leading to the upside here. Transportation pretty weak after UPS earnings. Uber, the one exception to that. Not much going on in retail trade, consumer non-durables, a little bit more mixed. Energy, notably pretty flat as well today. Moving on to these big tech sectors, technology services on watch with both Microsoft and Google reporting after the bell, so certainly one to keep an eye on. NVIDIA, basically the only chip name to the upside right now in electronic technology. Rest of these a little bit more mixed. And AMD reporting tonight, so keep an eye on this one as well, guys.
I think I missed it. I thought I heard something about Lucid there. I wasn't aware of any news. I'll just double check and ask Adair that. The flat bottom break on Upstart still won't happen. It's got lower highs into the exact same bottom here at that 34.60. What is it? It's 66 or 67 that looks like that low. So it is an absolute brick wall on this stock at that price, but in the lower highs. If it breaks, I mean, it is what it is. Ooh, whoops, I didn't hit accept on the Nikola locates.
Ooh.
If you're trading a day trade of the world, when we don't have locates on a stock, there is a process for us to be able to pay for locates, but you have to double confirm. You have to say you want them, then you have to confirm. But so Upstart, which we should have shorts on, let me just double check that to be 100% sure. Yeah, UPST, which we do have shorts on. If it breaks out this bottom, I just think that's too good of an opportunity to fill in some of that gap. This was a rocket ship yesterday. And if it wants to give it up, then more power to it. I don't really care about the direction. just as long as you get the momentum in that direction. If there was a catalyst to Lucid, as I said, maybe there's more to it, but I still think that 4, which is a 50 period on the daily, that can be a good turn zone. However, I just noticed that Nikola was not going, so I might jump on over to that. Oh, one last one before I throw it back to you. We have really not been talking too much about some of the big cap tech names. I know you're over there in Apple because the news hit, but there's someone else that reports today, and they're right at the.
Are they at 408?
Call it a triple bottom. Not yet.
All right.
Let's call it. It's kind of a triple bottom, but if you saw the afternoon, sorry about this wick here. Can I zoom in just a little bit? Okay, this is a little bit difficult to see. But in the afternoon, it was barcoding off of this 409 area. Now you're seeing it triple bottom that. It's like 409.5 actually, and you're seeing Microsoft hold that same low. If it breaks, you know what that happens, but until then, it looks like a support level. I think Upstart's going to be the next shoe to drop for me, but Microsoft worth watching at key support, at least support for this morning, but Upstart's about to break that low.
All right, let's go bang that out right now because here we go. It is a good trade again. We just got a new position. We are nicely in, this is brand new, man. We didn't want to interrupt, but it's brand Nubian happening right now. We've got Google short at 80. We just took a fill right here at 62. So good trade so far on a brand new short position that we just put on. And by the way, Apple, it's now 3 cents away from that. What? Hello. Hey now, let's go. It's Apple. It's another one right now. It's $1 on Apple today, $1 on Affirm today, $3 on AMD. Uber coming back in. We want to watch out for these shorts, man. If Uber breaks 67, let's get out of there, and we'll call that a wrap. We are now done on Uber anyways, so breaking back down through, we're not done. We still have got 10% left, but a break of 67, and let's just get out of Uber because why not? Right there. We don't have any reason to hold it. So something that I just don't want to worry about it. So we'll wait for Uber on that trade. Although I don't think that worked because my stop was lower. So we'll fix that. 66.97 or so on a stop there for Uber. Let's see if we can get some action on that one. So that's going to be a good one. Google still stalling a little bit. Affirm not doing much, man. Like what the... I guess we got to put a bid here at 43 on Affirm. I mean, maybe that's where we got to go, as it doesn't look like too much else is happening. So 43 bid, then we'll hold for that bottom as well. Yeah, so I feel like we just talked about a couple of good names. You nailed Microsoft there. I feel like that's going to be dip by opportunities.
If it holds.
But that's the thing. So again, I flipped over to I talked about liking Google. Okay, but the market's starting to push pressure here, and that is part of the Apple story as down goes Foreman. I was going to say Holyfield, but
Frazier. It's
Frazier.
Well, no, he beat.
The minute
now he beat Foreman too, but it's down goes Frazier.
It's down goes Frazier. That's why when I said Holyfield, I was like, what the hell am I talking about?
Knocked them both.
And then we went the other way. So, all right, Apple, nice move, and you know we come at the king today with that report, and it looks like they don't have much to say yet. So downside here on Apple. Let's. Is it a desk call? Then let's do that.
Just a quick note here with more context on this Lucid move. Lucid's still up about 12% right now. Yesterday, Madden Rolling, this is I guess an aluminum company saying on X that they have an agreement with Lucid to provide aluminum sheets. Then also this morning, basically Lucid appointing Matt Everett as its new general counsel, specifically for legal issues and as it looks to grow as a company. So just 2 notes here on Lucid for some context for that move up, guys.
All right. I'm going to go out on a limb. I could be wrong about this, and I don't know Matt Everett, but I'm guessing, he's not necessarily responsible for the majority of this move. It could just be anything and then momentum to the upside because of the short flow. Like we've seen this with other short flow names. Like it goes because it's just looking for an excuse to go. Like you already started rolling back over on Tesla off of the highs, and this is barely even going to the downside. So obviously this is not one to mess around with. Maybe the $4 level. Nikola held the 79.80 area. I think that can be worth it. Upstart just broke that low. I did get in at 65s when it broke the bottom. Keep it simple. At this level yesterday, 34.40 was a bottom. If it breaks that, maybe 34, but certainly 33.50 on Upstart. Very much in play. Anurag saying iRobot's about to test the lows. Ugh. The thing about iRobot is, when a deal falls apart, you start having to price the stock again because it had an implicit bottom on it because of the deal. And in this case, I still think the market is in a process of load, trying to price iRobot. And it just hasn't really found a definitive bottom. All you have is a crazy volume bottom on the news, and really it's been trying to discover some kind of a low. I'm not sure it's done that process yet. I'd maybe watch 1360 just because that's where it was at the open and it managed to hold that. That's $1 away to the downside, so be careful. Funware is still doing its thing. DWAC is holding those highs. I'm short 30. It's at 29.5. What is DWAC doing? Let's make sure DWAC's not taking out the highs. Now DWAC's still pulling back off of its highs. So as long as DWAC's pulling back, still don't mind that short, and we'll be patient with trying to reload Intel. And we might not get it. Intel just broke the lows again. So the last out was getting out of Intel for a 5-cent hit. Intel just continues to go down further and further. The guidance was ugly on Intel. Like, you had to look back. Like, it was a good 15 to 20%, the range under expectations. So under pressure to proven otherwise.
We talked about not buying these dips all week. Like, so I don't think it's worth doing anything until these earnings plays come through, right? So it's like, oh, Google's down 0.5%. AMD's, I mean, we have a nice trade on AMD. I don't even know if it's down anymore. So down 0.5%, you know, well, Uber's upside, but Microsoft, like, you're minutes away, literally, from these reports. Like, you know, tonight at 4 o'clock, the whole world's going to change for these names. Trust me. Like, this is not going to be light volume trading there tonight. We're waiting for Microsoft, Alphabet, and AMD. So for me personally, I don't think it's worth doing anything. You guys could get in there and start to buy up some of these dips. I am not. I mean, Apple, just on a little report that I don't even know who that report came out from, it just dipped it just tanked. That's why I said BS, because I never even heard of, what was that company? Maybe a Darren when we go over.
Analyst, man. It was something.
Yeah, some kind of a crazy analyst. But regardless of that, everyone's got to eat. All right, what is for lunch today? Right now, let's go over and check it out. So, you know, part of the show is to have winners, right? And then some of those are indeed this. And if you're with us today, it's 5 for 5 over here. Neil's crushing it. We're all crushing it today. So there's some chicken dinner winners available. But you're saying, like, okay, lunch. You know, that's chicken dinner. But what's for lunch? Because, you know, you have some winners, but, you know, is it a dinner or is it a lunch? Well, today, cheddar and broccoli stuffed. Your favorite bird, once again, it is chicken there today. It's cheddar and broccoli stuffed chicken with roasted mini potatoes, steamed vegetables on a cream sauce. That sure as hell sounds like a dinner to me, but it is a lunch right now. So.
That is 100% a dinner. Like, I eat anything most times, but there's dinner food and there's lunch food. That's dinner, no question.
Coinbase, yeah, that's a dinner right there. But that is what's for lunch, so there you go. All right, I just want to check a quick look on Coinbase.
Like one vegetable I don't like.
Yeah, mushrooms?
No broccoli, man.
Oh, steamed vegetables. You can pick those out.
Yeah,
and then mushroom, cream sauce.
Oh, I'm not a cream sauce guy. Oh, wait a minute.
See what I'm saying? Okay, just quickly here. Coinbase still not acting properly. I don't like this name. I can say that over and over again, but it doesn't matter what I say. It's just, I thought we would go. Bitcoin now 43, to make that a little more visible, but 43.4, you know, when we started the show, it was 43.1, 43.2, 43.3, started to go. Coinbase there sees its highs right off the open. We are waiting for 138. Then it just cranked $4 down to the downside, and I feel like it's going to take that out. So let's just continue with sort of that rhetoric and see where we can go with that. It's Coinbase, and in my opinion, wants to go lower from here. So, all right, over to Adara, because whether or not your money's in fiat or in crypto, you may want to hear what's going on with Money Talks.
USD or DXY, sorry, still very much in this range we've been in since mid-January here, around that 103.20, 103.60 area, just shy of 104. Right now we're around that 103.60, slightly positive on the day here. We did get some economic data earlier today. JOLTS job openings for December slightly higher than expected here, 9.026 million versus 8.75 million expected, and then consumer confidence coming in 114.8 versus 115 estimate, so slightly lower than expected there. But yeah, a little bit of a move up here for the USD. The big economic news to keep an eye on with it, the US dollar is going to be coming tomorrow. That FOMC decision right at 2 o'clock, so certainly something to keep an eye on with the DXY right now, though we're very much stuck in this range. Also, I do have some context on Ming Chi Kuo. So apparently he is known as specifically being an Apple analyst and specifically looking at the supply chain for Apple. So I guess based on his latest supply chain survey, according to what I'm seeing here, that is how he came to that decision with Apple and those iPhone deliveries, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, like I had never heard the analyst before, so thank you, Adara. That's what we strive for here. We want to make sure we get it right for you guys every single time. So there might be some juice to that after all to squeeze out of it. A couple of things. Whoa, wait a minute.
I mean, we're $1.25. Apple, what are you on? ES?
No, sorry, I was just going to get to NEO because NEO, I was just canceling a bit on NIO. I had a dip buy for the open on NIO talking about yesterday's lows, but when the Chinese ADRs do dip and rip, I like that at 9:30. If it makes the bottom at lunchtime, fair enough, we'll try something else. The NASDAQ just took out the bottoms.
Look at Apple.
Can't really see it there. I'll do it here. The NASDAQ just took out the bottoms. I'm holding on to only 2 shorts at this point, not really looking at any longs, but we're at the bottoms. If we bounce off these lows, I will look for some long dips. There's a potential, of course, for Microsoft in there. We talked about that one holding yesterday's support levels, but you are at that opening range bottom on the NASDAQ. So if there is a bounce, I am looking. Softy's probably the one that makes the most sense because it's at a key support level. Can't really find anything else.
Just props it. Let's do hot dog cannons because Apple is now $1.50 in the money. On again, a pretty easy short in my opinion. So what are we short at right now? 190 flat. So we were actually short like our average price was 189.90. So 40 cents. So this is what I'm talking about when we talk about risk to reward. This is 40 cents worth. You're now $1, $2, Professor, now on Apple. So this will be another trophy day here, and we're really happy with this. We are also just put on Google as well as that comes back in. So yeah, man. I mean, what good opportunities today, no matter where you look. The Lucid long there, the Intel short. We just got bounced off on, no word of a lie, man. We're bidding 43.02 here for a firm. We might have got printed around. I don't even know, but hopefully that comes in now. I thought we just printed 43s there. Yeah, I don't know. So we're bidding there. Let's see if we get the fill. I'm just using NASDAQ Gateway. Maybe we'll change that. But yeah, here comes the moves back in, man. I don't even want to sell any Apple, to be honest with you. And then that last trade that we just put on was Google under. And then now we'll wait. Like, I just want to see a lower push here on that. So, I mean, multiple dollars, man. Apple's almost $2 a firm. We just talked about it. AMD's pulling back, but I'm not. Again, we got a lot of this out. When you go to the 50 to view up and then the 200, a lot of that comes out, right? We talked about Uber. Maybe we should have got that out on the pushback to VWAP. I'm just going over some of the trades because we're off in 4 minutes, and then we'll throw it back. But other than that, it's just wait and see right now for everything. The one trade that I wanted to talk about that I've pulled away from is Amazon. It's right here, right now. Yeah, good song. But the thing is like we're starting to head lower on the market, and I just, without taking a longer look at it, and I'm sure Sharif and Adara will do all this, it's just, I feel like there is a lot more room to go here. So let's just wait on going long, but this is a great spot for Amazon, man. That 160, that bottom, if you like the name, this is setting up, like for 30 cents worth of risk, get back to the 50, that's that 1-to-1, then you get a little bit higher than that. Then if the market does take off, which at this time of day, it's been known to do. So, yeah.
Double bottom on the NASDAQ.
That's another thing. Yeah, you just made that move. Remember what we said earlier when we were talking with Dan and everybody? And I said the NASDAQ was right in the middle. You want to wait for it to get here or get here. Well, we just got to one of those spots and bounced. So I feel like we just hit it again with that talk on the NASDAQ just to try to go long there. So, yeah, Danielle, I didn't take that trade on Ulta Beauty, but thank you so much for watching. Again, the market recap show. Today we're going to have Brian Shannon on. I don't know of a better guest. He nailed that NVIDIA bottom at 470 on earnings. Now today I'm going to point it right at him again for AMD and Microsoft and all of that. So if you're looking for the best recap show and it's not even close, it's right there. It's at 4 to 4:30. Go hit that screener and join me tonight.
That's right. That's right. I mean, you got to be prepared for your day, which it starts early every single day, and then if you don't get that opportunity, you can get the refresh on the news that happens after. And there's going to be a lot after market tonight. Like, to say that there is a lot to look for, you got two massive names, and then you've got AMD. The chips every single day are going to be big. I just wanted to, there was a good point in the chat. Oh, I'm going to end up missing it. Anyways, it doesn't. I'll get back to it in a second if I can find it again, and we'll maybe talk about it in the midday. But it was another good point by Frank Jones. Patience is important, and you guys are the kings of patience. I think that's one of the more difficult things to do in the market because, really, FOMO is an easy thing to get. Right? Like, you see a stock moving, you're like, oh my goodness, I got to get involved in it. Like, it can be anything. I'll use the DWAC as an example because it happens to be going up. I was going to go over Funware. But, like, it starts to go and starts doing volume, and you're like, oh, I should just join. I should just get into it. Well, if a trade never sets up for you, like, what happens if you buy up here? Rinsed, and then it goes. Wait for the consolidation. That takes a lot of patience. If you're trying to short this thing, I haven't seen any key levels that I like, but if you're trying to short it, you wait for some key levels. And again, when it consolidates, that's price acceptance a lot of times when these things go. Now, Funware is finding a bid. If I say on breakouts long, I like dip buys in a previous resistance, well, this is breaking out. There was previous resistance at 79. Now it's holding, 29. It's holding 29. So I'm short, and it's now holding 29. Got to try to get a little bit more out here. I like VWAP as an idea, but if it can't get there, this can be in trouble. The next thing you know, Funware is taking out the top with DWAC and then running all the way to 45 or 50 cents or something ridiculous. You got to have it in the back pocket as the nature of the trade. If it does hold a higher low, then I'm against the grain. As much as I got the pullback I wanted, it's not following through past that first cent. It's 1-to-1 that I'm getting right now, so I got to take a little bit more of it. Upstart, looked for the breakdown to take this. I thought it had room to like 33.40. Wasn't getting anything out till it got into the 40s to the downside. If it takes out 35, I'm going to jump out of this trade. Upstart can easily reclaim that high. I would not be surprised if at some point this holds at 34.6 again. You're back at 35.8, where I said I would have looked for a breakout this morning, but the breakout never happened. So that's part of patience. If you pack your patience with Microsoft, it's trying. It's still not really down at that bottom just yet. We're still holding 409.5 on Softy. I thought that would be the next long. Still about $1 away from where I would take it, but it's 11 o'clock. If you're going to be patient, that means being patient all the way, right? Like, if the market is weak, allow Microsoft to get down a little bit further before looking for it. And if you miss it, you miss it. But it's 11 o'clock. You're not going to miss Learn to Trade because it's right here, right now with, I said it again, with Sharif and Adara. Now I have right here, right now in my head. Oh, you got to be kidding me.
All right, see ya. No.
Stop singing it.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara. I am Sharif, and as per usual, Casey, we got the gauntlet, baby. They're all in the chat. And in case you have been wondering what is going on with these markets, we are headed south, likely as a result of this little tidbit coming in on AAPL that they will fall short in 2024 of their projected iPhone deliveries, and we're short with the Katina Man, baby, on this short. We got short. The Katina Man is printing $2 in the moolah, and we just got the fill there through the break of 188.20. Adara, we're short 188.81. We don't have the entry that the Katina Man has. We would have had a bit of a better cost basis. I want to complain here a little bit before we start the show. I had another little DCA'er to get short at 189.25. It got to 189.24. Didn't cross. I didn't get filled, so I've got to deal with this cost basis that we've got so far, but we're looking for a 188 break, Adara. How was your morning?
Well, congrats to you on that trade, taking a bite out of Apple a couple days ahead of its earnings with that analyst note. But yeah, I think my morning has been good. The market was a lot to watch this morning, very exciting. I love earnings season, my second earnings season, and it's so cool to be amidst all of it. And right now I am in this meta short. Basically what happened was I saw this, And I was like, you know what, I like this. And I went to get coffee and I said to Meta, you're going to fill? I try to pep talk it. You know what I mean? We're not yelling at stocks, just pep talking them. You know what I mean? Like, hey, do this, right? So it actually worked. We did. I wish I almost said refilled. I wish I'd reloaded a little bit higher here, around that 405.30 area. Alas, I refilled just above 405. So not a bad DCA here. Basically, if we make this decisive break above this 405.80, so roughly $1 over where I got in, then I will have to make an exit. But we did have so much consolidation here. I won't get out before watching and seeing what we do at this level, because I think this level could be of interest. Look at how intensely we rejected off that level. Look at these lower highs. Look at this sort of roundish top. I do like the look of this short. I would like it better if we could decisively get towards VWAP, and that's what I'm really watching out for. I want to get out of this short, I think, around this 404, at least most of it, because I don't like this pseudo double top we had at 404. Obviously, we did eclipse it later, but the fact that we had 2 candle closes right at that 404 does make me a skosh nervous, or not nervous, but it's something I want to be cognizant of. I'll put it that way. So that is the meta trade. That's the only trade I have on right now, but I have been looking at some of those banks with those Morgan Stanley upgrading all its bank friends over here. So I want to look at Citigroup, because I know that one was strong earlier. Yeah, Citigroup set our step to the upside. If there's a dip buy, I will be taking a look, and I'm adding it to my side chart as we speak. So those are my main looks for some reason, banks and Meta. So we'll see. I mean, I'm in Meta, and Meta's dropping nicely, so I'm going to get my beak wetter set, but I'm really excited to talk about continuation gaps today.
Yes, absolutely. I'll just give it to you for one more second while I put it in my stop over here on AAPL, and then shall start the lesson ASAP. I just have to mark my out over here. So, yeah, we're going to sell 188. And this is the amount of shares. Perfect. Good. Stop in place. Let's get to work, Adara. Today, guys, we are talking about gaps all week long. Yeah, sorry about that. Let me zoom in a little bit here. Wrong one. Let's hit F11. And today, we are talking about continuation gaps. Yesterday, we talked about initiation gaps to start the uptrend or downtrend. It works both ways. Today, we're talking about continuation gaps. And this happens, can you believe it? It continues the trend, continuation gaps, right? I know. Can you believe it, Katina, man? So the point is here, we're looking for periods of consolidation following an uptrend or downtrend from which we break out. So the continuation gap it's a gap that takes place already in an uptrend or downtrend. However, the specific area in that uptrend or downtrend usually is a period of consolidation where the market is catching its breath, and then we break up or down from that area. And you'll see that described perfectly here in this picture. So we have this whatever little consolidation area earlier on, that's a common gap that means bupkis, and then we get that breakaway gap to start the uptrend. Then we get a period of consolidation sideways, and then we break out of that period of consolidation into the uptrend again. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So some of the characteristics of the continuation gaps are basically you're trying to recognize specific characteristics that distinguish it from other gaps. And the first one that we're going to try to analyze and look for is volume analysis. So continuation gaps often are accompanied by lower trading volumes compared to breakaway gaps or initiation gaps. So remember yesterday when we were talking about looking for that confirmatory indicator for the breakaway gap, one of the main indicators we're looking for is above average volume. Whatever the average you're looking, whether you're looking at RVol, whether you're looking at average volume over 5 years, a year, it has to be above average. In this particular case, we're looking for this gap to have lower volume than the initiation gap. So that's the first thing, okay? This basically reflects the temporary slowdown in market activity during this consolidation phase. Again, continuation gaps are breaks away from consolidation. And then, surprise, surprise, we're also looking for a consolidation pattern. So continuation gaps are typically found within consolidation patterns or periods, such as flags, pennants, triangles, you name it. These patterns indicate a brief pause in the trend before it continues upward or downwards. Works both ways again. And then essentially here, what we're looking for is price action confirmation as the third characteristic of the continuation gap. So traders often look for confirmation through subsequent price action after a continuation gap. ensuring that the trend indeed resumes in the expected direction. In this case, the one we're looking at, it was an uptrend, so it has to continue up. If it gaps down from the consolidation area, well, then it's a failed continuation gap. And then, clearly that's not what we're looking at. Likely looking at a common gap in that particular case. Any questions or comments, Adara, before we continue on to how to ID?
Yeah, no, I think what's cool about this one is it kind of is, it's just kind of like a breath. You know what I mean? Like the stock's taking a little breath to the upside, and then we're keeping going. And also, too, if you don't mind, I'd like to show the Microsoft daily chart.
I think I saw you getting excited there on the side. I was very pleased as punch.
Thank you. Yeah, there is the meta short, but we're not. I want to talk about this. I appreciate that. We're all pleased as punch for each other here. It's a nice, beautiful group effort here at how to trade. I said the right name, then I said the wrong name. But I'm going to look at this Microsoft daily because I was looking at this one earlier, and this seems to have some of these continuation. Yeah, there is our name. These continuation gaps a little bit, right? So it's kind of harder to see in this chart, but you do see like we're kind of in this upward trend with these slight gaps to the upside. They're less significant, I think, than the ones in that
Remember,
picture.
though, Adara, even though that makes sense what you're saying, because we're continuing up and there's a gap, continuation gaps take place at a periods of consolidation.
Okay.
So we do typically need some sort of sideways move, like a bull flag, when we have that big pull and then there's and then there's a sideways price action. We break away from that sideways price action, right? So we do need a period of consolidation for...
So it's a bit more decisive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Apple is absolutely tanking here. The Katina man is absolutely printing. And now he's twirling down the toilet there.
Twirling down the toilet.
153 short Google Katina man. Believe it or not, he's printing on Apple, but he's up more on the Google short than he is on the Apple short. So make of that what you will right there, even though Apple's flunking here. And we're watching the gains wither away, Adara, on this bad boy here because we're holding that in the personal account. The Katina man now $1 in the money on that Google short. Or no, that was 153. 2 for Apple, excuse me. Half for Google. Big Kyle Burdett being short Apple for days since 195. Dump it. Well, I hope you print. I hope I print too. So if we can collectively print, it'd be nice. All right, guys, let's move on to the next topic here. How to identify continuation gaps. Traders use various tools and techniques to identify continuation gaps within their technical analysis model. The first one we're going to be looking at is charts, obviously. Continuation gaps are often associated with specific chart patterns, like I said, bull flags, bear flags, pennants, or symmetrical triangles. Recognizing these patterns aids in identifying potential continuation gaps. All right, the second thing is we're looking at a volume decline. So observe a decline in trading volume during the gap, indicating a temporary reduction in the market participation. So what we're comparing the volume here in the continuation gap is not to just the overall relative trading volume for that particular instrument. We're comparing the volume in the continuation gap to the volume that we've observed in the breakaway gap, the initiation gap, okay? So that's what we're looking at there. Is it lower volume? And specifically, we are looking for lower volume on this bad boy, okay? So that's one thing we should know, because yesterday we were looking for above average volume. And the third, how to ID these continuation gaps is price support and resistance levels. Continuation gaps often occur near support or resistance, emphasizing the significance of these levels in identifying the potential continuation pattern, and that is very similar to what we talked about yesterday. So when we talked about the initiation gaps or the runaway gaps, we looked specifically at it breaking away from a key level of support, whether that was an upward channel, like we talked about in the example yesterday, or whether that was a key resistance level, a horizontal resistance level, say the 200 on Apple, for example, or the 300 on Caterpillar, 500 on NVIDIA. Is it gapping up above a key level at which it's found resistance in the past? So that is the three characteristics that we're looking for and how to ID them. Chart patterns, volume decline, and breaking above or below support and resistance.
Can I ask a question about volume?
Sure.
So I know when we were talking about chart patterns and consolidation, we said sometimes for some of them there'll be a little bit less volume while the pattern is, especially if it's consolidative, and then it'll break out with volume. But this one is a breakout with less volume?
So when we talk about a bull flag continuation, the second flag will have lower volume than the first flag, but that's not a gap.
Okay.
Right, so that's just a continuation in the pattern. That's normal.
Oh, so it's
We're
just continuation.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're talking about specifically when there is a gap breaking above the pennant, breaking above the flag, breaking above the ascending wedge. We're not talking about flowing price action through those levels normally.
Okay.
We're talking about a gapping. So when we look at the gap itself, just the day that it gapped, and we compare it to the initiation gap, there should be lower volume on the continuation gap than on the initiation gap. I don't mean anything about patterns here. I'm saying it's breaking away from a pattern.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so then, so basically, yeah, so it's like, and then also, I guess, much like, you know, when we break out of continuation patterns, we're breaking out in whatever direction it's generally moving. So we've had consolidation,
Yes.
and then we're continuing the move. Okay,
Thanks.
I just want to make sure I
Thanks.
like understand it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely agree. Yes, well said, Dara. All right, guys, the third and the last of the topics today is trading strategies. How do you trade these continuation gaps? We're going to keep it super simple. Once you ID the continuation gap, traders can implement specific strategies to capitalize on the anticipated resumption of the existing trend. In this case, we're looking at upward here. So the first thing is trend following. Use continuation gaps as entry points for trend following strategies. And yesterday we went over what some trend following strategies were. We talked about moving average crossovers, and those work in a trending market. So you're looking for an entry point here if you missed initially the initiation gap to start the trend, okay? The second thing is pattern recognition. You should be combining the identification of continuation gaps with recognitions of continuation patterns, enhancing the reliability of the signal. Go back to our week on chart patterns. How many categories did we have for chart patterns? We talked about continuation patterns, reversal patterns, and consolidation patterns, okay? So in this particular case, you are looking for continuation pattern, a bull flag, an ascending triangle, so many other patterns that are not coming to my mind right now, but you should be looking for continuation patterns to sort of verify the move on the continuation gap area. That's really all that it is. So to repeat those two, trend following, so try to figure out a way in that consolidation area to get in once you see the gap, and to look for a continuation pattern on the chart to help confirm that continuation gap.
Okay, so also, sorry, I've been asking so many questions today on this one.
I think that's normal, yeah.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. But with, so basically, do you always need an initiation gap in order to get a continuation gap?
Yes.
Okay, so it's like basically you're seeing like multiple gaps in this stock. Okay,
and if you don't, Adara, then it is a common gap. And we're going to be talking about common gaps on Thursday. Tomorrow we talk about exhaustion gaps, the end of the trend. It is a reversal pattern. So typically what you see in gaps, if you were to see gaps, you're going to have an initiation gap, a continuation gap, and an exhaustion gap. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about exhaustion gaps, which typically signals the end of the move, whether up or down. And then Thursday, we'll talk about common gaps, the bamboozling style of gaps, so one that may make you think it's an initiation, but ends up being bupkis.
Thank you, I appreciate that, yeah, because I feel like I clearly have a lot of questions. There are some gaps in my gap knowledge, so I mean that sincerely, although it is a pun.
I love how that just came in.
I had to. But no, thank you for being patient with me, because I do think the thing is, and hopefully like other people, you know, are getting something out of this as well, because I do think that because there's so many different kinds of gaps, I think I'm just trying to wrap my brain around all of it. So thank you so much for being patient. I like that we're doing them in order as well. We're starting with initiation. We initiate it with the initiation gap, then we're continuing with the continuation gap, and then the exhaustion, and then common. Because you kind of, I think for me, it's helpful to see the order of the trend.
And remember, you and I discussed yesterday starting with common gaps and how to see whether a gap was, you know, a nothing burger or was actually something. But then we wouldn't have anything to compare it to. So we should probably start with when the gaps are valid, and then we'll show you when they mean nothing. And that's why I chose to do it on Thursday, for the common gaps. All right, so guys, let's talk a little bit about this trade right now, because Apple finding a bit of a bounce off 188. We are short 188.81. We got several beak wetters there through the break of 188 in the 187 high 90s. It looks like this one might be curling up into our entry. So what I've done already is I've put in a stop. It's a break of 189. I want to see how it starts acting at that 189 level. We're probably going to have to look at the whole dollar level every time it reaches the whole dollar for now, because, well, it kind of stair-stepped down, didn't really give you a flat bottom break off which we could work. So we're about 20 pennies away now from our entry, but the stop is on the other side of 189. So if we do get stopped out, we're going to have to give about 19 pennies worth of profit here. I've got 1/5 of the position left. So taking out already 4/5 of the position, waiting for about 80% of the position, waiting with about 20% left on this bad boy to see if we can get that 189 rejection. As I look on my chart though, let's do a little bit of charting here to figure out where the resistance could come in if it doesn't stop at 189. Well, look where VWAP is here on my chart. At least right now, VWAP's at 189 3/4. And then we don't really have another definable price action level until we get into that 190 1/3, 190 1/4. That was the low that we made in the pre-market. Look how long that consolidation was there at 190 1/4. So if we don't stop at 189, if we don't stop at 189 3/4, I'll definitely be looking for resistance coming into that 190 1/4 if Apple continues to send up. But you know, this could be what my friend Neil calls a dead cat bounce, where we just find a little bit of support for the moment at 188, and then we big boy Khwadunk into, you know, into more red territory. We just got, you know, we broke through support level 1 on pivots. We just got a little bit above support level 2 on using pivots here. So right now, just getting a bounce up. Adara, how goes your trade on Citi?
Yeah, it's honestly, it is sitting. There's, you know, how it was yesterday. I was joking that my trade in block, like SQ, was the world's least interesting trade. I think Citi might be trying to take its crown there. No, I'm joking. We're just kind of sitting here around this 56 area. I got in because I did see we held the 56 really well. We're breaking down below it a little bit. Teeny tiny position. I was trying to add, and then I didn't end up getting added here. But basically, as long as we don't make a lower low, I'm good. I'm really watching for that 55.80 break. We had a lot of consolidation here. We bounced there not once, but twice. So I'm really going to be watching here. As long as we don't have a lower low, I'm interested. And if I see a nice little bottom here around the way, I'm actually tempted to add to this position as well. Even around here, if we continue holding this 55.95-ish area, I will add. But there, I'll talk about my meta trade in a second because I want to talk about it, but also there's a couple things in the chat I want to address. Jonathan Canny saying, have we done a lesson regarding scaling into a position? I think we mentioned it during risk management, but we haven't done a full lesson on that, I don't think.
I don't know scaling exactly, but we did DCAing, dollar cost averaging. We said it had to be planned, and you have to take dollar cost average entries at key support levels if you're going long, or key resistance levels if you're going short. It shouldn't just be willy-nilly, let me DCA here because I feel so inclined. No, it has to be planned, and it has to be based on key levels.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I feel like also, I've been trying to incorporate that lesson a little bit more. Do you know what I mean with the DCAing? So I think that's really important, but I think that's the extent to which we did mention it. So that's like with regards to scaling, just doing it consciously is what we talked about there. Also, AI in the chat, can you please help me understand? Do the colors of the volume bars underneath the chart represent if more green buying or sell red was done in that volume candle? Yes. So basically what it is the volume candle is the color of what the candle ended up being. So see, we had right at open here on Citi at 9:30, we did have that large green candle, which shows, hey, we saw a lot of volume here, and this volume was to the upside. The candle closed green. So that is what that means. Thank you so much for asking too, because I think that's something it took me a little bit of a moment to wrap my head around when I first began, which was not that long ago. I'm definitely still learning here. Also, Thomas Johnson saying there's no such thing as a dumb question. The only dumb question is the question you don't ask.
Absolutely.
So thank you for saying that, because yeah, I mean, especially here, we're all trying to learn. So yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to ask questions. But yeah, I will talk about the meta trade now, as much as I've been weirdly prolonging it. I don't know why, because I enjoyed this trade. So I got in here, speaking of averaging, and I did do that here, I got in right below this 405 because I noticed we were kind of falling off. We fell below this key-ish area right above 405, and I say key-ish because look at how we held this. We held it here, we bounced to a lower high, then we came back, and then we just kind of petered down from there. So I got involved initially at that 404.80, And then I went to get a coffee and I said, Meta, please fill. And then I came back and it filled and it was very happy. I should have gotten involved again at the 405.30. That's where I should have DCA'd in. I got involved right above that 405 because I still thought we were holding that level pretty well. I wasn't decisive enough. And as Sean is always saying, you know, a scared trader is a deficient trader. So I should have been involved at that 405.30 when I first saw that holding. But it is what it is. I'm not going to try to regret it too much. I still like where I added to this position. And then I basically, we did fall below here, fall below VWAP. As I said, my plan was really to take out the lion's share of this position around that 404. I ended up splitting it into thirds. So I've mentioned scalpulation in the past. What I do is I like looking at the book and I like seeing what price areas are we struggling with. Based on those price areas, that's where I'll take out a little bit, right? So I saw that we were having a really hard time with that 404.20 initially, took out a third of the position at 404.20. Then we sunk down to 404. Then I was initially planning on keeping the rest of this for the road at that 404.50, because look at all this pre-market consolidation around here. But in the end, pardon?
You don't get it. You don't know the Russell Peters joke?
I do not know.
You've never seen the Russell
I
Peters
know Russell
stand-up?
Peters, but I don't know that joke.
I'm not doing the accent because I'll get canceled, but at 34.50, people know what that is.
Oh, look that up. Okay.
Katina Man knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, well, I don't know. It's 2024, Neil. I'm worried. Go ahead, Tara. Sorry to interrupt you.
But yeah, so no, it's okay. But yeah, so even like I just basically bringing up Meta again, I ended up getting out at that 403.80 because I noticed that was where we're having some chop and churn a little bit. So I'm happy I got out there because initially we did rebound up to 404.50, and I probably would have panicked had I still been in the stock then. I'm going to be really honest, but I basically that's where when I say scalpulation, what I mean by that is having a plan and then using the book to kind of alter that plan if need be, within reason, not significantly, but just if there's certain levels that are holding better than others or worse than others. Also, look at Meta bouncing off that 403.50 area that we had earlier, consolidation. Now we're coming back, we might be curling back up. I am not saying by any means I want to jump with both feet into a long here, but I do find this bounce to be kind of peculiar, and I will be keeping an eye on that.
We're hitting the dollar club for Adara,
Oh,
baby, because that is a hell of a Meta short there. Nice short, Adara.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, and like we have 3 B quitters.
We do.
Look at the B quitters increasing. Okay.
We dipped our little beak into the pond 3 times.
Mr. Love Shack and Michael Wu know exactly what I'm talking about. I see you, Michael. If you know, you know. Yeah, of course, especially if you're from Toronto. You know exactly who Russell Peters is, and you've likely seen the stand-up too. So shout out to that man. Apparently he lives in Vegas. Did you know he lived in Vegas, Katina Man? And his house is like big boy? Yeah, it wouldn't surprise him. All right, guys. Interesting look here on AAPL. We're coming into that 50 period here on the 1, and we seem to be getting rejections at the 50 period on the 1. So again, I put my stop on the other side of 189. I didn't want to put it on my entry because the market doesn't care where I got in or where I got out. It cares about key support and resistance levels, and you know how I feel about these whole dollar levels, so put it on the other side of 189, hoping that maybe it'll curl back down into 188 and we can get some better prints here. We have the best print we've got is at 187.97, and that's as good as we could do, so it wasn't even a buck in the money. We'll see what the rest of the day brings. All right, let's bring in the side charts and talk about the small cap gappers du jour. And among them today, Adara, is our friend DWAC. DWAC is back in action, baby, after taking a couple day hiatus, back 5.25%, awfully close to the highs, doing the dance right now with 38, touch 39.5 to start, or not to start, but at around at 10:30 a.m. Holding VWAP decently, dipped a little bit below it to 37.12, bouncing back off it right now. We'll keep an eye on DWAC. The liquidity is a little suspect though. Then the big boy on the day, NEXI, got off the schneid, as my friend Neil likes to say, yesterday from that $6 area, did top out at 11.50, and today it really went berserk. Opened up the day at that 9.25, did not look back, touched almost 29, 28.69. This is the 5-minute look here on NEXI. Look, to me, I'm not chasing this. It's awfully spready, awfully volatile. I'm going to have to take this off key levels. I like that $20, $21 level. It's above VWAP for now. It's also the consolidation top from this period here that we trended from 10.25 to around 11. That's the high end of that period. So if we can get back into $20, $21, I'll be looking to possibly get long at that level. It's got to stay above VWAP though. Right now, VWAP $19 on my chart. Then RVSN, I'm going to give this one the champion. You see the Katina man holding up the trophy every day. RVSN gets the small cap gapper trophy because this bad boy has been running for almost 2 weeks now. A quick perfunctory look here at the hourly chart shows that very clearly. We started talking about this bad boy on January 16th. That's the first day this one started moving. It had a decent day, got off that $1 area that it had closed off the day prior, and it got into about $3. It really has not looked back since then. And you can see all the RVSN tickers over here. That's how many times I've covered this. Every time I cover it, I put in a new ticker. So I just don't have to go back and drag the other one. But there you go. You can see the chart on this bad boy looking awfully good. The low on the day is $18, which also happens to be yesterday's high. So support, so resistance acting as support for now in RVSN. I really haven't figured out a way how to get into this bad boy. It is holding VWAP yesterday. I didn't look at what it did yesterday. It did do a VWAP hold high of daybreak, which is one of the trades that I have on these small cap gappers. I'll have to go back and look on the 1 and the 5, but right now, doing an awful good job of holding that $21 level, which is where VWAP is. The other one, PXLW. I don't know any of the details on this one because it's a new one.
Oh, I do. I do.
You know the float?
I don't know the float story, but I know the story.
The headline? Yeah, go for it.
So this one made a multi-year deal with Walt Disney Studios. No further terms or details have been announced, but that is what's making Pixelworks move up today. I wish I knew the float, but
that's fine. I got it right here.
Thank you.
You carry that. I'll carry this. 51.6 million share float. Let's find out using trade ideas what the short float is. Shout out to the NOS boss and his crew. PXLW. Negligible short float, 0.59 here according to trade ideas, so nothing we need to really concern ourselves with. But this one, again, not tradable for me at the moment because it is sub VWAP. VWAP on my chart around that $2.21 area. We're trading at 216, but it is putting in higher lows. So that trend is still holding up. We'll see whether we get any opportunities on it. And then last but not least, obviously, is going to be Lucid. I mean, Lucid is, it's not a small cap gapper, but it's multi-day runner. Adara bringing you the headline on this bad boy at the big desk. They're making some sort of deal with a steel maker. Was it a steel maker?
Aluminum
maker. Thank you. Yeah, which is what cars are made out of. So that makes more sense. $3.36 is where we closed out yesterday. $3.82 the high today. Bounced off VWAP at around $3.55. We'll see what the rest of the day brings.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many small caps. Like, doing the small cap recap today, it was like, what do I not include? Which small caps feelings do I hurt? Because they're all so strong, and there's so many good small cap looks today. Yeah, RVSN, I know what that doesn't stand for, reversion. I mean, I'm joking. But that one's been strong for so many days now. It's like breaking all the small cap rules. And I think it goes back to what you mentioned, too, with small caps. If it's run in the past, it does have the power in it to run again. And RVSN certainly proving that true. Oh my goodness, it does not want to quit. No, sir. Also, I have to shout out Diamond Realty of Miami in the chat, 305. Hashtag beak wedding toe dipping crew. That is certainly us over here for sure. Making some trades, trying to learn here in the sim. Very grateful to be here. Got our first beak wetter, speaking of beak wedding, in Citigroup, actually. So I have, and I've mentioned this before, one of my things that I like to do is I like to take out part of a position always where we had previous resistance. Because I don't really trust stocks that much. You know, they don't care about your feelings. So if I'm like, hey, if we had trouble getting over this area before, I don't want to give it that much room to run. You know what I mean? So I took out some profit here. Like I said, pretty small trade, just trying to, I guess, dip my toe in and get comfortable getting into trades when I see setups I like. So I'm happy to get DCA'd into this. I do have a piece left for the dream, something left for the road here. I'm going to look at the daily here. Oh, we did. We're kind of struggling here above this area, but I'm going to keep it in for now and kind of see where we go. If we make a new lower low, I am saying adios to this stock. Also, I have a question, actually, looking at this. Is there a type of gap that Citigroup would fall into here? Because I don't want to diagnose gaps where there aren't any. But would this be considered some kind of gap?
Is that excluding pre-market action?
I'm not sure.
Is that Citi? Okay, let me have a look.
That's Citi.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Here on Citi. But again, you know, we don't want to confuse every gap we see with a gap that we try to categorize.
I understand. Yeah, I was just curious too.
Let me just remove the pre-market data on this, and then
Thank you
I'll be
very
able to
much.
see it. So show right. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, it's a good gap, Dara.
Okay.
Quite frankly, yeah. Now this is a bit of a toughie because it is following in the direction of the trend. So could you say that this was a consolidation period? You could. You could say it was a bit of a retracement, some sideways movement. So if anything, this could be a continuation gap, but I don't even see the initiation gap here. So there is no gap to initiate this move. So that's an interesting one. Yeah, without really seeing the initiation gap here, I'm gonna have to categorize this bad boy as a common gap, but it's showing the relative strength of financials, hence why I got into XLF to start the year. I think it'll be a decent year for financials, if not for you know, some of the DeFi, because we were talking about SoFi yesterday. So we'll have to wait and see what that all brings. Let me just add back this outside of market trading hours. Yeah, so decent look here for Citi today. Holy cow, why is Citi up so much?
I got upgraded by Morgan Stanley.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, because it was upgrading all the banks. They were upgrading Goldman. They were upgrading Bank of America. They were like, all our friends are going to get upgrades today. All our bank buddies. So Morgan Stanley being very generous with these banks today. I want to look at BAC now too. Thank you also for talking about the gaps. I appreciate that. And that actually brings me to a question. So is there a certain period it has to be consolidating for before we have the continuation gap? Or can it just be like we had an initiation gap, then we consolidated for X amount of time?
Well, I don't know if the answer to that specifically, but what I do know is that support and resistance levels become more important the more time they're touched.
Okay.
So if we have a longer period of consolidation and then we get a break through, say, 200 on Apple, just giving you any random number there, and stock, and if we've had umpteen amount of touches at that 200 and we finally get a gap through there, there's a less likelihood we'll fail.
I see.
You see, so the more times a support or resistance levels touch and reject, touch and reject, touch and reject, and then you get a decided break through it, the more valid it is.
Okay,
so if that applies to gaps as well, because we're talking about gapping through a key support or resistance level, I think that that's the answer to the question, but you know, I don't have a specific answer to that.
No,
I didn't read anything specifically about that question.
I understand. I just wanted, I just like, trying to get like a sense of like the context, but that makes sense.
Fair.
I think it's, as you say, the balance of the evidence, I think it goes back to that as well, right? And so if the evidence is this level is really key and then we break above it, specifically in pre-market, I think, definitely would explain what happens there. So thank you. I appreciate going over that there. Also, Violet Summer in the chat, I really like that name, saying RVSN trying to go. So I'm curious because this one has been, I see what you mean. We had a pseudo double top here, just above that 23. We got to 23, and then we bounced back to this earlier area where we had consolidation. I love levels right below this $20 level, and then we bounce up and we make higher highs, higher lows. We hit that 20, just above 23 again, and RVSN sellers say nah, and push it back. So I'm definitely going to be cognizant of this. I don't think it's one I would trade because small caps make me a little scared.
Yeah,
but
well, I blame you.
I appreciate that. But yes, I'm just keeping an eye on that. Mostly I'm just in the Citigroup trade. And also, someone was asking me in the chat, it was Dinglebot. I really like that. And Dinglebot 42. No Lily trade today? LOL. And I think, there's no volume on Lily. I have a new rule. I need Lily at a milli until I get involved. That being said, the chart pattern on this is really beautiful. And it's making me hope we do get to, not hope yet, but if we get to a milli, I'll be interested. And why I say that is look at this. Higher lows, this flat top at 646.
That's fantastic ascending wedge there, eh?
It is a fantastic ascending wedge, but I need to stick to my, that's on the 5 minute. But I need to stick to my principles, and this one is not above, and I say accidentally, it wasn't an accident. I was just not conscious. I wasn't cognizant enough, and I got involved in Lily slightly below a milli last week. I think it was like 800,000 shares, and it was just not as liquid as I would have liked it to be, and so it was a bit of a stressful trade. And volume exists for a reason. I'll put it that way. Bang. Although also I would say Lily on the daily. Thank you for mentioning that. Also looking like we're seeing sort of a flattish top situation around this 645. So that could be interesting as well. What we do here with Lily. Really good look. Nice curl up on this stock. Thank you for mentioning that, Dinglebot. So I will be keeping an eye out for Lily, should she decide she wants to add about 500,000 shares in volume over the course of time that we are in this midday. Yes, but for now, just in Citigroup, keeping an eye on Meta, keeping an eye on NVIDIA, the normal stocks I look at. How is, Kira?
Yeah, just got into this one right now. Let's talk a little bit about these two other small cap gappers that I neglected to mention. Shout out to Callum Miller for reminding me about this one. Brendo did mention KURA at the top of the show, I should say, at the bottom. This one had a huge move in the pre. I mean, it is ridiculous. This one's running on leukemia headline, guys. So it's one of those causes where, you know, I like to see these noble causes and root for them. If it breaks 21 and a half, though, that's going to be the end of my trade. It did curl off VWAP, and it is attempting to do that 23 touch. So we'll see. That's the high of the day right now, 22.92, but it's got to hold 21 and a half. Here, small size on this bad boy. The other one, MDAI, I neglected to mention this one as well. This one, tiny float, guys, 5.6 million shares. It's done about 4 3/4 million shares of volume on the day. About 350,000 of those shares came in the last 5 minutes, up 30.5% with that 370 high. But it had a better day yesterday. Today's definitely an inside day. The low yesterday on this bad boy, $2.10. The high, $4. So we're very much ensconced within yesterday's price action. So we'll have to wait and see whether we can break out of that $4 area or fail that $2.10 area. So a couple of other small cap gappers to let you know about on the day. We talked about PXLW, DWAC, RVSN, and Nexi. So we'll leave those ones at the moment and focus on KURA because we're involved in that. Now, I should tell you that RVSN just took a big boy drop there. I don't know, man. Is it going to halt here? Just dropped off $23.37. It is tanking now, breaking below 20, on its way down to 19. Super spready. This one may halt, guys. Let's flip to the one and see what we're looking at here. Yeah, that is a big move down. I don't know what the halt parameter where the halt parameter exactly is. We'll have to wait and see. But the low on the day is 18 bucks. Obviously, that's not the pre-market low. That is after the bell low. So holding above that for now. Can we hold 19? We'll have to wait and see whether this one gives us a bounce back up. It was an awfully good name for multiple days. I don't even think this halted. I don't want to speak incorrectly here, but I don't remember RVSN halting. It could have. So we'll have to wait and see what this one does. But yeah, big move down on it. Maybe we can look over here. RVSN, NASDAQ name. Here it is. Yeah, breaking through this level, this is the concerning part because you don't want to see the making of a new low, right? Like how many days is this going to trend up before it gives up the ghost?
That's crazy.
Right? And that's the thing, right? Because we've been trending up for like over, 2 calendar weeks, not 2 trading weeks. Obviously, we talked about this in the middle of the month. Today's the last day of the month. So, well, where do we end up? Who knows? So RVSN, keeping an eye on that. Apple, I'm continuing to be flat on for the remaining 20% that I have. It is really consolidating sideways south of 189. Hasn't broken 189 on the retracement up. Could this be a prolonged dead cat bounce and then move back into 180? We know Apple reports on Thursday. We got several different headlines today. One positive, one negative. Looks like Wedbush and UBS projecting between 400 to 600,000 deliveries of their Vision Pro in 2024. Yet on the other side, we get an analyst out of China basically saying that iPhone deliveries are going to be down about 15% in 2024. Adair and I, theorizing that he likely had some sort of contacts with Foxconn and Apple suppliers for him to be able to have that information. He's been doing this for 10 years or so, and he's known as one of the better Apple analysts in the industry, and has been relied on in the past. So we'll have to wait and see what that brings. Keeping an eye here on KURA. Don't want this to go against me. It's awfully volatile, down into 22 bucks now. If this one breaks 21.50, we're out.
Yeah, this whole market is a nail biter over here. I feel like I'm in like a horror movie or a stressful football game or something. Go sports. But I did pull up IWM, which I found interesting. I've traded IWM in the past. Of the ETFs, this is the one that I do occasionally dabble in, occasionally being the key word here. But Allison Mulcahy in the chat saying IWM, roundy smiley face. I like that you called it by both names.
I like that.
But also, I fully agree. Like, we had all this consolidation going on from 10 to 11:20. So over an hour. Then we kind of make this nice push up. And then we're also getting into this area. We had some chop and churn earlier, that 198, 198.20. What makes me nervous is we go above VWAP and then we kind of slink back down. I am waiting for another VWAP test. I want us to bounce off VWAP beautifully, like a little trampoline, and then I'd be interested in getting involved. But I would not be staying involved past this 198.40, 198.50 area. Why? Because all this little roundy face, or I guess frowny face slump to the downside makes me incredibly nervous. I would definitely be getting out by this area, but I do want to wait. Maybe you could argue we've already kind of bounced off of VWAP here again, but I just want to be really cautious here because these ETFs do move quickly and furiously. They move with a swiftness. And I do not want to be standing in the middle of that freight train or that falling knife or what have you there. That being said, I do think this looks pretty good. I just don't want to. I want to get all my little ducks in a row. Or all the Beakwood. I guess that works too for Beakwooders, all the ducks in a row before we set. Before the ducks come to the water. This analogy got very heavy-handed. Also, I have Citigroup is hanging out here. I'm happy with it right now. We made that 56.40, then we kind of shoot back down a little bit, a couple cents. What I've noticed is Citigroup, what it'll do, it'll get to like a whole number. So at 56, we fought tooth, nail, and claw at that 56. Then we push above, then we fight again, 56.10, and you can tell because we had that wick up, then we come back down. 56.20 we took pretty handily, but then 56.30 was a bit of a struggle. 56.40 we're struggling. This is a very long-winded way of me saying I feel like for whatever reason these 10-cent areas are making Citigroup pause a little bit. So I'm just going to be cautious around these levels. This is the type of trade I don't normally take, which is I will be staying in this until it's telling me not to. I don't really have any levels in this. I looked on the daily. The biggest level I can kind of see is 56.9, so I'm going to be cognizant of that. And even then, I have to go to the weekly for that level. Closing, I'm seeing 54.11, so I'm going to be cognizant of 54.11, but we've got a while to go till we get there. Basically, what I'm trying to say is I don't usually hodl the hold on to dear life thing, or hold on for dear life, but I am just going to probably wait in this trade. It is on my side chart, and it's on my my book is on the side here as well, so I'm just going to be keeping an eye, keeping a lookout here for Citigroup. How is Apple? Looks like it's trying to go back down.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. Well, there's kind of like two sides to me right now: the day trader side and the swing trader side. The swing trader side doesn't want Apple to dip, but who cares about that? Right now, let's look at Tesla. A bit of a maybe double bottom here. I mean, you don't want to call this one out too quickly, but you get a hold up at that 192 and a fifth there with a 192.19 low. And here we go again, bouncing into 194, coming into VWAP. The right side of the W obviously a little bit higher than the left side, and that just shows some bullish momentum if this ends up being a double bottom. It's already up 1 2/3% on the day. We did reject that upper resistance level on the pivot, so we'll have to wait and see whether that one materializes, whether we break through that 196.5. That was kind of the high there that we made on the day. 196 1/3 is technically the high. But yeah, that $0.50 level is interesting. It breaks through VWAP here. Tesla is pumping through 194 1/3 here. A nice breakthrough VWAP without even looking back. Beautiful, possible looking double bottom here on Tesla, moving counter market now 1 3/4% strong, breaking through key levels. We'll have to wait and see whether we can get up into that 195, what we do at the whole dollar level, but Tesla getting some strength right now. Is the market getting strength? No, we're still, yeah, we'll see. We're still below VWAP, making lower highs and lower lows. Just looking at the market here to see if the market shifted, but it doesn't look like it did. So we'll just wanted to call that bad boy out. Let's go back and have a look at what we're doing here on KURA. We got that DCA there at the $0.50. Let's see if this one breaks. VWAP, that's the end of the trade on KURA, and we'll take a hit on it. So got in small position here, bigger position there. So whether or not this one holds VWAP and continues to make the higher lows and higher highs that it started doing at around 10:30 remains to be seen. But awfully strong on the day is KURA, and it was, this one could have blown up some accounts in the pre-market because the way this moved in the pre-market, this tore off faces. I just want to show you real quick here what the pre-market action was like on this bad boy. The news hit there right at 7 a.m. And we closed out yesterday at $18.02. This one skyrocketed within 15 minutes to $26.50. And then it gave up the entire move, coming back into yesterday's close, holding up at that $18.25. And then we broke through VWAP to make that high of the day after the bell high, which right at that $23 level, $22.92. But this could be a lower high and a double top, in which case it's awfully bearish. I was looking here at the higher lows, bouncing off VWAP, and that's what kind of got me interested in it, but we'll have to break through that 22.5 really here to confirm that we are headed to the high side. Again, this one breaks through 21, that 21.5, 21.40 area, which is where VWAP is. I'm ending the trade there. Let's move back into AAPL, see what this one's doing. Apple's getting a bounce here, man. It looked like it wanted to curl, but it looks like it wants to make a move into 189. It crosses 189. I'll stop out for the remaining 20% that I have on this bad boy. What is everybody looking at? Throw it in the chat right now. I'm looking at my side chart here to see if there's anything, or my watch list, to see if there's anything doing outlandish moves or outlandish volume. I'm not seeing anything right now. Adara, nothing that we already haven't talked about.
Yeah, no, I think, it's a lot of the same old players. It will be for the rest of this week. We have 5 Meg 7s reporting this week. Also of note, another thing reporting is a name that was once involved in a Apple-related bet with Sharif on the last Apple earnings, Starbucks. Oh, yeah. Starbucks reporting tonight, and hello Starbucks. I made this. I did I got excited here. Look at this 93.95. We had this. This is where we had consolidation earlier. We pushed above it pretty handily here. So I think that's certainly of note. I would probably wait before getting involved for myself. But look at these. You know, we had this move down, then right off open, we pop up, and then we make a higher high, higher low. Nice push to the upside for Starbucks. Also, thank you, Eugene Michael. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Thank you so much for your support here. But yeah, I think, basically Starbucks an interesting look. I also want to look at Boeing ahead of its earnings tomorrow morning. I think that call will be fascinating.
Do you have Netflix?
I do, yeah.
Okay. You gotta watch the case against Boeing.
You were talking about this morning.
Brendo, I told the big kahunas this morning, I told Sean and Neil, you gotta watch it.
Okay.
It adds so much context to what we're seeing right now. It's not an unusual situation for them. I mean, everybody remembers what happened in 2019. Do you remember what happened with the Ethiopia Air and Lion Air in Indonesia?
Yeah, I saw.
When they dropped out of the sky? So it shows you what Boeing did thereafter and how they tried to hide it, this, that, and the other. I don't mean it's a hit piece. It's not really a hit piece. They try to show you the good side of the company. They try to bring in older employees to show you how much they really cared about quality control. And then there was a shift in the company, like everything else, you know, in the kind of like the 21st century. Profits, profits, profits. We have to please Wall Street rather than trying to keep people safe. Watch it, trust me.
Oh, no, I appreciate that recommend, and I like documentaries. I'm into that, and I always
good.
And I found the Boeing thing really fascinating. I was going to say too, I saw, and I was kind of looking, looking at research and graphics and whatnot on Boeing, and they actually somewhere, I need to find this, but there was a graphic where they kind of documented Boeing stock changes amidst all its various scandals going up to this scandal. See if I can find that. It was pretty interesting. I believe that one might have been from Reuters, but yeah, I mean, looking at the Boeing stock, we fell from the sky here, hanging out pre-market, pretty flat, around 204, swoop. We open, fall to the downside, lower highs, lower lows. We tried to curl up. It looks like the sellers were not a fan. And we also had a bit of a candle action to talk about candlestick patterns. Look at this. We had sort of an uptrend, and then we have that big, I'm not going to say it's a gravestone doji because it's not. We did have a small body there. We did have that big move to the upside though, and then we kind of petered out. And that candle movement, thank you, I appreciate that, was the same reason I got out of Citigroup, because I do need to address this. Looks like we might be curling back up, but I saw this. Look at this candle. We got to 56.40. We had that big wick to the upside, and then we fell to the downside. I did not like what I was seeing there, Sam. I am. And I got out at that 56.25. Looks like it might have just been a temporary bottom, but I saw this swiftness with which you moved down in combination with that candle, and the balance of the evidence, I decided to leave. Vince saying too soon. Zion Lawless saying we were supposed to join the Dollar Club on Citigroup. 57 is in the cooking. I agree. Oh. I like that remix. That was a fun remix. Yeah, I really should. I should have stayed in this one, but you know what? I'm not gonna try to have regrets on it. I got out for a reason, and I need to be cognizant of that fact. And you know what? I can always get back in another dip. It's not going to be the Dollar Club move. It's not going to have the same move. But I just think, I'm trying to trust my instincts, and that was my instinct at that point, for right or wrong here.
Fair.
And so, yeah, I mean, in terms of other trades, I do want to get involved, but I also don't want to be too hasty here. I don't want to get involved just for the sake of it. NVIDIA curling up in a way that's kind of interesting to me, though. And I'll switch because I have the 3-minute in my side chart, which is what initially piqued my interest here in this one right now. Higher high, higher low. Starting at that 1054 area, we had a bit of a downtrend, this sort of top and tail candle. Then we start moving up. We start curling up here. And I think I definitely would be interested in taking profit around that. Should I get into this, mind you? That 633.70-ish area, because that was where we had tons of consolidation earlier. But I think this VWAP recovery is very slick. And I think the higher highs, higher lows look as interesting. I want to be cognizant of my point of entry because I don't have a solid point of entry for this yet. I don't think we've dipped quite yet. I don't want to get involved too high, but I'm going to be keeping my eye on an NVIDIA entry. IWM, I have an eye on, but I don't really have a point of entry for this yet. We're still kind of hanging out here. We did kind of curl back around that at 198.20 area I was being cognizant of. So I'll just keep it up my eye. If we have another VWAP bounce, I'm not going to say no.
Dara, ONMD, pre-market mover. You know how I feel about these, the breaking of the pre-market high, and we're right there on ONMD. This one was it halted, at that 186. Guys, let me bring in the side chart on this one because it was awfully close to breaking that pre-market high, and I put my alert a smidge below the pre-market high so I could be alerted to its ascent. ONMD. Here it is, and here's where. Sorry, that was yesterday's pre-market high. Okay, I see. That's why alerted, because I had this one from yesterday, and I put the pre-market high at that 210 area for the break of 218, and then I didn't remove it. So this one got off the schneid. It was red on the day. Yesterday's closing price was $1.37, and it just shot up, Adara, for no reason there, right at 11:40, so running for about 14 minutes or so. Let's put in the ticker on this bad boy. And it got awfully close into touching yesterday's high on the day, and that was the pre-market high. That was at 5:45 a.m. We hadn't come into that 218 area. It got to 210 and rejected. It's coming back down now into 180. So be careful on this one. Spready, and it looks like, there was some bamboozlement there. We'll see if it ends up breaking the yesterday's high. I'm going to put another alert there at 220. If it alerts, then we'll really be involved in this one. We'll give it more attention. But the reason I didn't jump into this one is because the break of the pre-market high was from yesterday, and, well, that wasn't what I was looking for. All right, Apple still doing the dance here at 188 2/3. Nothing to report there. Still about 20 or 30 pennies out of the money right now on KURA. Small position, looking for a hold of VWAP and the continuation of higher lows and higher highs. Several beak wetters there to print or trigger if we get, that illiquid move up. Now, with these ones, I've mentioned this in the past, sometimes they don't spend all that long at their profit-taking levels, and so the best idea is to put beak wetters out there in case you're not watching it and you're trading other things for them to get filled. So that's what I've done here with KURA. We'll have to wait and see. If it breaks VWAP, that's the end of the trade. Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to mention ONMD because it really started pumping there.
Yeah, I mean, that one turned on, and especially when these small caps move like that in the midday. I think it's always worth noting as well. So I do appreciate you bursting in with that. NVIDIA, I was like, oh, maybe we have a dip, but it looks like we might be kind of breaking out of this trend a little bit, so I will be cautious of that. IWM, I tried to get filled on, but then the spread was just too spready for me at that point. It was like, a thick peanut butter spread, and I just could not get involved in that trade. Weird analogy time. Also, yeah, Apple is fascinating because that one does not seem to know what it would like to do with its life. Like, I was noticing that in the chart. It looks like it does want to go down, but it's taking its sweet time in getting there.
It is, right?
Yeah, look, it's just hanging out.
It is, but the thing is putting in higher lows. So that's my concern.
That's
true. As much as I want it to curl and reject off 189, as much as I'm seeing what I'm seeing, which is higher low, higher low, higher low. Now, we have a flat top south of 189, but this isn't one of those ones where I'm like, flat top breakout. No, it's a big boy move down. And so this is not a continuation pattern. If anything, this is going to be a reversal because what preceded it was a move down. Flat top breakout is, we know, a continuation pattern. And so, I don't want to start seeing patterns for the sake of seeing patterns. They got to be valid in the context in which they arise. If they're not, then they're just, regular price action noise. And remember when we did the week on patterns, we said, just because we're looking at something, we think we see a pattern, not everything is going to be a pattern.
Yeah.
Right? Sometimes there's confirmation bias, right? And that's kind of the thing there. So trying not to get too excited here, thinking Apple's going to curl back down to 188. But again, if it breaks 189, I'm holding 1/5 of the position that we had, and we'll take a little bit of a loser, 20 some odd penny loser there on 1/5. So no big deal. Big Kyle Burdett has shorted Amazon at 160. Did you confirm that with the Amazonia? No, I'm kidding. The Katina man hit the fail on that one. He's a good trade. Okay.
I was going to go long 160,
Katina Man was going to go long 160, and then he changed his mind there. So he likes that trade, Big Kyle Burdett. So shout out to you. Kyle also saying NQ short from 17,650 against the previous support on the 5-minute chart. That's a great look there, Kyle. A lot of wicks into 17,650, and all of them have rejected so far. So hope you print on that. Jonathan Canny, sometimes we want to see a pattern. I know. I want to see it too. Trust me, Jonathan. I mean, you're not on your own on that one. But, confirmation bias is a real thing. Nimit, what's your VWAP on ONMD? All right, I'll tell you in a second. It is right at 150, Nimit, so hope that helps. Top VOIP, kindly have a look at ARDK. No idea what that is. Let's pull it up. ARDK. ARDX, he says. Okay, ARDX, sure.
I've heard of ARDX.
Yeah, of course. That's a small cap gapper. We've seen this one before. I thought it was ARDK, and then he corrected himself. 22.8 million share float. Let's bring in the side chart over here. Start having a look at the price action.
Ooh.
It's not only Obi that can do these French accents. ARDX. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's go to the half. Ooh, wow. My God, this is a great looking small cap gapper.
Ooh.
It's not a small cap gapper, Adara. It's a 2.11 billion market cap. So
never mind.
This isn't small cap. Yeah, this is like mid cap. Yeah, so this has been a fantastic looking chart from October onwards. Jeez Louise. On the day though, we are headed down on the day, right? We're down 3.5% top VOIP. Yesterday was a good day for it. From the 9:30 low to the 4 p.m. close, we were up 4.84% yesterday. So yesterday was a good day for it, like the previous day and most of these days. Today, though, getting some support. Look at that, bouncing off the 50 period like nobody's business there on the half-an-hour chart. 9:05 low, 9:11 right now. For me to really get interested in this one way or another, it's got to give up the ghost at 9, that whole dollar area, or it's got to trend above. It's got to break above yesterday's highs, which I don't really see at the moment. So I've got nothing on ARDX on the day, but it's a great looking chart when you look at the half an hour, the bigger picture. Fantastic looker there. Let's go back to KURA. Nothing doing here. Apple, nothing doing here. Very stagnant for my trades at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like these things, I feel like a lot of today, it's just things will be stagnant and then they'll move like crazy and then they'll hang out again.
Right.
Like Apple was a really good example. Flew to the downside. You and Sean were taking beak wetters left, right, and center. Profit takers galore, and then it kind of chilled out. It just kind of floated at the surface there. Speaking of, I leaned in way too hard there, I'm sorry. Speaking of mega cap trades, I got into an NVIDIA long. I basically, as I said, I was looking for dips and I was watching for areas that we were hanging out and holding, and I liked what we were doing at 631.50. I got in, we just got out. Sorry for the clapping. This happened live, which is not always the case. Really small position size, I do have to say. I got in really small in this. I was going to reload should we see any, I guess, reason for that, confirmation for that, but we didn't even end up having time. It just swooped up. Please just punch, I have to say. Please just punch coming back in here. You know what? And I just basically trying not to beat myself up too hard for getting out of Citigroup too early. I think that was a lot of it. I think it would have been easier to just kind of, bamboozle my way back in there or try to revenge trade. But I was like, you know what, Adara, you did leave for a reason. That reason may have been ill-conceived, but it did exist, right? So basically just trying to find other trades to look at. The grass is hopefully greener on the other side or in the rest of these markets. And I'm basically, long story short, just happy with how that ended up working out. In NVIDIA, what else do I have my eye on? Tesla. I have not gotten into the Cybertruck today yet. So I know the first couple times I started saying that, I know you would always think I was talking about a real Cybertruck. So I felt really badly.
I was jealous as hell.
I was accidentally gaslighting Sharif with the Cybertruck.
Kept behind the fence and I had to look at it from afar, and then you were riding the Cybertruck. Oh, what the hell, bro? Bring it over here. No, but of course, alas, it was not to be.
There we go. But like, you know, maybe next time they'll let you open the door, and then the next time
maybe
you
we
can
can
sit
see
in it.
inside of it.
Let's do
Let's
that
just
before-
start with that.
But
You
the
know what I
opening
mean?
the
Like-
door could lead you to seeing inside.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'll settle for just looking at the interior so far.
Oh, so they lower the window. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Give
There
me
we go.
something. All right, we'll talk more about that and much more and some of these trades when we are back from the real deal. Okay, well, Ram has now informed me that we must keep going, so we're gonna talk a little bit about this.
You guys, I'm sorry for taking off on you.
Trade Ram, if we can go
Uh,
to the chart because it's back on its way up into $22.
But if you have been enjoying this, thank you so much. I had to sneak out. I've got a package that was supposed to be at DHL, and it wasn't there. So it's in it's in another city. So, but I do appreciate your time. It is the 12 o'clock hour. We're going to take another break, and it's lunch, and we'll be back at 1 p.m. So thanks, and we'll be with Oliver this evening in his lesson. So get your pens and paper ready for a great lesson, and we'll see you back here at 1 p.m.